Hello folks, if you know various DevOps tools like Git, Jenkins, Ansible, Docker and Kubernetes and not sure how collaboratively does it work, or you would like to set up a CI/CD pipeline using DevOps tools, or you want to see how the entire DevOps flow does it work, then you are at a right place. Welcome to Simple DevOps Project Training Program from Galaxy Technologies. Before diving into what do I cover in this training, let me introduce myself. My name is A.R. Shankar. I have around 9 years of IT experience. Currently, I am working as a DevOps consultant in a leading IT company. I have also worked with AWS and some of the Unix flavors. Let's see what tools do we cover in this program. I am going to use Git as our source code management, Jenkins to create CI/CD pipelines, Maven as a build tool, Ansible for configuration management and deployment, Docker as a target environment to host our applications, Kubernetes to manage our Docker containers. And all this environment, I'm going to set it up on AWS. Now, let's see how these tools get fits in our DevOps flow. Usually, developers develop their code and developed code they push it into Git repository. Git is a source code management system. Whenever code is available in Git, Jenkins pull that code and do the build. Once build is completed, it generates artifact. This artifact should be get deployed into target environment. Target environment may be a VM, Docker container or Kubernetes cluster. So we should have some tool which helps to get this deployed onto target environment. In our case, we are going to use Ansible as a deployment service. It deploys on a Docker container or Kubernetes cluster. By end of this training, you could able to set up this CI/CD pipeline. Hope this has given you a fair idea of what do we cover in this training, and I will share more details about this program in our next video. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back to Simple DevOps Project Training. In this section, I'm going to discuss more details about topics what do we cover. In the introduction section, we cover introduction to CI/CD and tools used to set up DevOps flow. Next, set up CI/CD pipeline with Jenkins, Git, Maven, and Tomcat. In this, first we set up Jenkins, then run a test job to make sure that our Jenkins is fine. We set up and configure Maven and Git and set up Tomcat server, install additional required plugins if necessary, integrating Git Maven in Jenkins job, run a CI/CD job. By end of this section, we could able to deploy our artifact on a EC2 instance which runs with Tomcat. Next section is about Docker. First we set up a Docker environment, manage Docker with Ansible, Docker Hub repository, write a Docker file and run a job. By this time we could able to deploy on a Docker container. Next we talk about Ansible. First we set up Ansible environment, integrating Ansible with Jenkins, write a Ansible playbook to deploy on a container, run a job. By this time, we could able to deploy on a Docker container by using Ansible. And the last section is about Kubernetes. First, we set up Kubernetes environment, write deployment and service files, run a job to deploy on a Kubernetes cluster. By this time, we could able to set up a complete CI/CD pipeline, deploy on a pod which runs on Kubernetes cluster. Hope this has given you detailed information about what do we cover in this program. In next video, we'll talk about what is CI/CD. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I am going to talk about what is continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment. This image gives an overview of continuous integration, delivery, and deployment. In continuous integration, developers push their code onto source code management system. In our case, it is Git. Once code is available in the source code management system, Your CI tool could able to identify and pull the code automatically, run build and unit tests. Here we are using Jenkins as our CI tool. At the end of successful continuous integration process, we could able to get an artifact. Deploying this artifact on a target environment, nothing but staging, we call it as a continuous delivery. In the continuous delivery process, artifact which was generated in the continuous integration process get deployed automatically on the next available environment. In the staging environment, performance testing and functional testings happen. Once it is looks fine, it get deployed onto production environment with manual intervention. Whereas in the continuous deployment, once it is successfully tested on the staging environment, it automatically get deploys into the production environment without any manual intervention. The difference between the continuous delivery and deployment is there is a manual intervention to deploy onto next available environment, whereas in continuous deployment, it is also automated. If we convey the same thing to our environment which we are going to set up, then until the stage where artifact generates, it comes under to continuous integration. Nothing but code get pulled from Git and build at Jenkins. In this stage, we get an artifact. Now, in continuous delivery, artifact get deployed onto target environment. So this we call it as a continuous delivery. Now this entire process happens automatically, then we call it as a continuous deployment. Hope this has given you an idea of what is CI and CD. With that, we are going to start set up this CI/CD pipeline from next video. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I am going to discuss about required resources to set up simple DevOps project. Let's go and check it out. I have created a separate GitHub account for this tutorial. There are two repositories, that is Hello World and Simple DevOps project. Hello World is a Java web-based application which contains server, web app, Docker, pom.xml. These are the resources which is required to build your code. We are not focusing more about on the code because it is not our primary goal. We are going to focus more about how we can set up the DevOps environment. Let's go back again. Another repository is Simple DevOps project. If we go inside, there are few folders. Each folder has documentation how you can set up that particular tool. This is going to useful for you while following our videos. Please fork these two repositories with your account to proceed further. Another thing which is required for this training is AWS free tier account. I hope you might have an AWS account. If you have, that is well and good. If you don't have, please go through with aws.amazon.com and create one. We are going to set up our entire DevOps environment in AWS cloud. The DevOps project which we are going to set up is going to consume AWS free tier resources most of the cases. That's why you may not get charged extra. So please be ready with AWS free tier account as well as a GitHub account by forking these two repositories in your account. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in the next lecture. Hello folks, welcome back. In this section, I'm going to show you how we can deploy on a EC2 container by using DevOps pipeline. For this purpose, we should have a developed code in the GitHub repository. Then our Jenkins can able to pull that code and build, and our Jenkins also used as a deployment tool. It deploys on a target environment. In this section, we are going to see an EC2 instance which is running with Tomcat as our target environment. So as we discussed in the earlier section, our code is available in our Jenkins account, a repository called Hello World. I will just show you that. This is our Jenkins account. Here we have a Hello World repository as well as Simple DevOps project repository. Hello World is a Java-based web application. Go inside. We can see a server, web app, Docker file, pom.xml, readme file. These are the contents of our Hello World repository, but I'm not much interested about this code because the purpose of this training is how we can take this code and build. Writing this code is developers' work. We are going to use this code to build and deploy. Again, come back to our flow. Now, we don't have Jenkins server yet, and also we don't have Tomcat server. We are going to set it up this to test this deployment. With that, let's go and install Jenkins. Jenkins installation procedure also updated in our repository. We have documents repository called Simple DevOps project in the same account. So Simple DevOps project, go inside to this. You can find a folder called Jenkins. Under Jenkins, we have a file called Jenkins installation. It has all the instructions how to install Jenkins. I will quickly run through it so that we know what steps we should follow. Initially, we need an EC2 instance. We haven't created it yet. And a security group which opens port number 8080 because Jenkins runs on port number 8080. Then install Java because this is the prerequisites. After Java installation, we need to set up home path of our Java. I will show you how to do that one. Once it is done, we can install Jenkins. Jenkins packages we can download from this URL. Even we can Google it to get this URL. But just for reference, I have given here. Once Jenkins has been installed successfully, we can start Jenkins service and accessing it from the browser because this port we are going to open at security group level. Once it is accessible, we should log in and change the password of admin. Why? Because it comes with the default password. Once log into Jenkins console, we should set up the JDK path as well. Nothing but where exactly Java has been installed on our Jenkins server. Then for testing purpose, we can run a my first job just to see that Jenkins is functioning fine. With that, let's jump into our AWS console and create an EC2 instance. Services, select EC2 instance. We can launch an instance. In this program, I am going to use Amazon Linux for most of our DevOps tools installation because it is pretty easy to manage. And I would recommend you to use the same operating system so that you don't encounter with any new issues while following our videos. Hence, I am selecting Amazon Linux. It is a T2 micro. I am not changing anything over here. Disk size is fine. Name, I am giving it as a Jenkins server. Jenkins server. Security group. I am going to create a new security group. Security group name I will give DevOps underscore project security group. I'm going to add one more rule because Jenkins runs on port number 8080. We must open port number 8080. And the description also I'm going to give the same. Launch it. Now we should choose a key pair. I have an existing key pair called a DevOps project. If you don't have one, you can create a key pair and download that key pair to log into our server. So choose the existing key pair in our case and launch it because I have this key pair. It takes couple of minutes to get it launched. We'll wait until it comes up. Let me refresh the screen. Alright, server is running straight. Let me take the public IP of this server. I'm using tool called MobiXterm to log into our server. We can also use Putty to connect to our servers, but I would recommend you to use MobiXterm because you don't need to convert your key pair from PEM to PPK if you want to connect. I can use my PEM key directly to connect to our servers. I have chosen session, then SSH, provide the remote host IP address and use private key. This is DevOps project.pem. I'm using a PEM key and user EC2 minus user. Alright, I have connected to my server. I'm increasing font size. Let's become a root because we are doing installations. We must have root privileges. As I discussed, first we need to install Java. Before installing Java, we'll check the Java version because Amazon Linux by default comes with Java version 1.7. I would recommend you to remove the 1.7 and use 1.8. To remove 1.7 version from the server, you can use yum remove java minus 1.7.0 star, because after this whatever is there you can remove it. Okay, I have removed. If I check for Java version, now nothing is there. Let's install Java 1.8. Clear the screen. Yum install Java minus 1.8 star. It installs Java 1.8 on our Jenkins server. Yes to install. Now installation is completed. After Java installation, we need to set home path of our Java. For that, we should find where our JRE exists. We have this command in our document. We can just search for Java 1.8 star by using find command. It gives where our JVM or jar file available. This is the actual path of our JRE. We can see that by using ls-l slash JRE. You can see it is available under this path. I am giving Control C. We need to set this one as our path. Let's set the home path. Let's clear the screen. So to set home path under our home directory, we can use cd tilde. So we are going to home directory of our user and nothing but root user. Now vi dot bash underscore profile. Under this we should provide our Java home path. So I will give here Java underscore home is equal to our JRE path, and also we need to add it to path Java underscore home. Save this file. That's it. We have set up our Java home path. Now echo dollar Java underscore home. If I give, it doesn't show you the full path. Why? Because we need to log off and log in to get it effect. So let's log off. Again, I will log in as a root. Now let me execute the same command. Now you can see the latest path. This is how you can set up home path. Now let's install Jenkins. If you try to install yum install Jenkins directly, it doesn't work because it doesn't have the repositories to pull the code. For that purpose, let's jump into browser, search for Jenkins download. First link itself tells about jenkins.io/download. This is the official website where we can download Jenkins. We have long-term support version and weekly release. It is always best practice to use long-term support version because it is tested one. And if we scroll down, we have a Red Hat Fedora CentOS. Amazon Linux supports for this one. So click over here and you can see the instructions what you need to do this. To use this repository, run the following commands. We must run these commands to set up Jenkins repository in our server. So I'm running this command first. Next, go back. Take the command to add key. I'm adding key as well. Once it is done, let me execute Jenkins install command once again. Yum install Jenkins. Alright, now we can able to find the Jenkins software and we are installing. It may take a while. Alright, Jenkins installation is successful. Now let's see the Jenkins service. Service Jenkins status. It is in stopped state. Let me start it. I have started Jenkins. Again, see the status, it's working. Now we'll try to access our Jenkins application from the browser. For that, take the public IP of our Jenkins server, go to browser, and Jenkins runs on port number 8080. Access for the website. So it is getting ready. We need to wait for a while. Here you go. So it's asking us to provide the password to login. By default, you can find a password in this location. Let's go back and cat this file. You can see the auto-generated password. Go back, provide this password, continue. Whenever you initially log into your Jenkins server after setup, it suggests to install few plugins, but we are not installing any plugins right now. We install later point of time, depends upon the necessity. For time being, I'm skipping this step. Now our Jenkins is ready. Start using Jenkins. All right, this is our fresh Jenkins console. I have just logged in. As I discussed, we need to change our password. To change our password, nothing but admin password, we need to go to user called admin. Here we have configure, and here we have a option called password. I'm changing my password. Re-entering the same, apply, save. I have successfully changed my password. That's why I got logged off. Let me browse the website again and re-login. Admin and my password. Okay, now I have changed my default password. Next thing is we need to set up our Java home path. For that, there is a option called Manage Jenkins. We should go here to manage our Jenkins most of the time. Let's go inside to Manage Jenkins. There is a option called Jenkins tool configuration. This is the option we should choose to configure our JDK. So far we haven't added anything. So add JDK. I will give Java underscore home and Java home path. Let me grab it from here. Echo $Java underscore home. This is our Java home path. Go back again. And if you give any typo, it immediately says that it is not right path. So okay, it looks good right now. Apply, save it. Okay, with that I can say that our initial setup of Jenkins is done. In next video we will run our first Jenkins job. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video I will show you how we can run our first Jenkins job. In previous video we have seen how to set up a Jenkins server. Currently I have logged in and I am at home page. We can create jobs by going into new item. If it is a fresh page, you can see here to create a job. Let's go to new item. Here we should provide our Jenkins job name. I will give my first job. It is a freestyle project. Here you can provide the description. I'm going to give my first job. Then under source code management, we can choose only none for now because we haven't installed any plugins which are related to source code management like Git, Bitbucket or SVN. So no options are going to show right now. Next one, we are going to use build in this job. We have couple of options over here. Mostly we'll see execute Windows bash command if your target system is Windows and want to run some commands, or we can choose execute shell if target system is Linux. In our case, we are going to choose execute shell because our target system is Linux. I'm going to give just echo welcome to DevOps project. Okay, apply this, save, and once it is saved, you can build this job. This is the option to build your job. If you want to modify it again, go to configure. Now I'm executing build now. Whenever you execute it, it creates a build job over here. So this is our first build. You can see a blue ball here, means it is successful. Usually if it is a blue ball, that means that our job is success. In case if it is red, our job is failed. Sometimes it may be in orange color, nothing but partially it is success. You can see the console output by clicking over here. This job executed by admin user, that is what it is showing here. Next we have executed a command called echo. So what is the output of that command? Same you can see in the output. Then this job finished successfully. This is how we can create a Jenkins job and run it. In next video, we are going to see how to set up and install Git plugin. Until then, bye. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how to install and set up Git. Required information is already updated in our GitHub repository called Simple DevOps project, which is there in our Viankils account. Let's go and have a look. So here we have Simple DevOps project. Go inside to Jenkins folder. Here we have Git plugin install. It is very simple to set up Git. You can see here prerequisites. We need a Jenkins server which is already available and I have already logged in. As a first step, we should install Git on our Jenkins server. For that, let's log into our Jenkins. For better naming convention, I'm changing hostname of the server as Jenkins so that it would be easy for us to identify. I'm giving it as a hostname as a Jenkins. So I have logged in because to take it effect, it is temporary. To take it effect, you need to log in as a root. So it is a Jenkins server. Next, install Git on Jenkins server. After that, we should log into Jenkins console and install GitHub plugin and configure Git path, how we have set up for our Java. Let's do this. Yum install it -y. Y means I'm accepting to install. Go back to console. This is our Jenkins console. Now we should install a plugin. Whenever we were configuring Jenkins initially, we haven't installed any plugins. If you want to install plugins manually, go to Manage Jenkins. Under Manage Jenkins, Manage Plugins, Add Remove Plugins. Updates. This talks about if you have already installed some plugins, any latest versions has been released for those plugins. It will show up here. We can install latest version if necessary, but so far we haven't installed anything, so there is no option to see here. Available, all the available plugins we can install on this Jenkins server you can find here. Installed, so far if you installed any plugins that will show up here, but we haven't installed anything. I'm going to available. Now I'm trying to install my first plugin, that is GitHub. Search for GitHub. Okay. Now, if I scroll down, I can see an option called GitHub. Select this plugin, install without restart. We are installing only GitHub for now because our code is available in GitHub repository. To pull that code from GitHub to Jenkins, we must need this plugin. Depends upon your source code management tool, you should install respective plugin like Bitbucket or SVN or something else. And also if we observe, we are trying to install GitHub, but there are so many plugins are getting installed. These all are dependency plugins. So all the necessary plugins are getting installed during this Git plugin installation. Okay, our installation is successful. Go back to our Jenkins home page. Next thing is we need to set up Git in the global tool configuration. So go to manage Jenkins global tool configuration. If you remember earlier, we don't have this option while setting up our Java. Now we have installed Git plugin. That's why you could able to see. But Git it can able to take up directly because it is a installation software. That's why we no need to provide any full path. Apply the changes, save it. So far we have set up our Git. In next video, we are going to see how to integrate Maven with Jenkins. Until then, bye. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I will show you how to set up Maven on our Jenkins server. Procedure to install Maven is also updated in our documentation repository. Let's go there. Select Simple DevOps project. Go inside to that. There is a folder called Jenkins. Then we have a file called Maven installation. This is the procedure we should follow to install Maven on Jenkins. We can download Maven from this URL. Once it is downloaded, we need to set up the home path of Maven. Then we can check the Maven version. Once it is done in the Jenkins server, we should jump into Jenkins console, install Maven invoker and Maven integration plugin. Next, we need to configure Maven under global tool configuration. Alright, it's quite simple how we have done for Git. Similar way, let's jump into Jenkins and do this. So this is my Jenkins server. Clear the screen. To set up Maven, we need to download Maven. Browser, download Maven. Initial link itself shows the apache.org/download.cgi. If you scroll down here, you can see the binary version of our Apache Maven. We can take this link tar.gz, copy the link address, go back to our server. Currently I am under root. Let's go to OPT. We'll install under OPT. Under OPT we have a directory called AWS because it is a AWS server. Let's download it. wget our Maven binaries link. So it downloads Maven. Untar it. tar -xvzdef Apache. So it untarred. And now the folder name is Apache Maven 3.6.1, but for better naming convention, I'm going to move this one to just a Maven folder so that it is easy to give our path. So I'm inside Maven pwd/opt Maven, and if I give ls, you can see the bin directory over here. This is the actual folder we should set it up path. For Maven, we need to set up path for two variables, that is m2 underscore home and m2. The m2 underscore home nothing but Maven path is /opt Maven, and just for m2 we should give /opt Maven/bin. Let's go and do that one. And we are going to do it under root user bash underscore profile. So for that, va tilde nothing but go to root home directory. Under that, open a file called .bash underscore profile. So where we have set up our Java home path. Same location we need to set up. So I'm going to do below to Java. There are two variables we need to set up. That is m2 underscore home is equal to /opt Maven. Then m2 it is /opt Maven/bin. Right, so we have set up the path for both variables wq. Now you can see echo $m2. It doesn't show anything. Why? Because we need to log off and log in. So exit sudo su minus, again I'm logging as a root. Now you can see echo $m2. Alright, so it is showing up the path. If I give m2 underscore home, here also it is fine. Clear? Now let's check the Maven version, --version. enter. Oops, command missing. Seems we have missed something in our bash underscore profile. Let's, sorry, not this file. It is bash underscore profile. va tilde dot bash underscore profile. Okay, go to end of the file. Go to path location. Yes, here if you see, we missed to add the path. Add it. That is $m2 colon $m2 underscore home. So we missed to export this one. I have done it. Now exit, again relogin, then mvn minus minus version. All right, now you can able to find the Maven. We have set up Apache Maven 3.6.1. Next thing, jump back to our Jenkins console. We are in the dashboard. Here we should install Maven plugins. To install plugins, again go to Manage Jenkins, Manage Plugins, Available. Here search for Maven. So we must install Maven integration and Maven invoker. Install without restart. Even it also requires some dependencies, but it's already installed while we were installing GitHub. So it takes a while. We'll wait. Cool, Maven installation has been completed. Go back to Jenkins. Now we need to set up Maven path. For that, manage Jenkins, global tool configuration. This time we can see the Maven. Okay, even earlier it was there. And we have already installed, so no need to install automatically. Now m2 underscore home I will give. This is slash opt Maven. So where exactly our Maven is there. If I give slash bin, it doesn't accept because until Maven home directory would be sufficient. Apply, save. Alright, our Maven setup is completed. In next video, we are going to create a job to build with Maven. Hello folks. So far we have installed Jenkins. After that we set up Git and Maven. Now we are going to create a new job to execute a Maven build. For that, let's create a new item. Under this, if you remember, initially we could able to see only freestyle. After installation of Maven, you could see the Maven project build option as well. So let me name it as a my first Maven build. We are just going to do build and select Maven project. Okay. Now to build with Maven, we should have source code. If you remember, we have source code available in our Jenkins account, a repository name called Hello World. Let's go back and grab that one. So go back to Jenkins, Hello World, and here you can see clone or download. This is the URL you need to copy and go back to our Jenkins homepage. Description, I will name it as a first Maven build. Next, under source code management, see here we have installed Git plugin. That's why you could see the option to choose Git. And while choosing Git, you need to provide the repository URL, nothing but where exactly the code does exist. In our case, the code is exist under Jenkins account, and provide the credentials. It is a public repository, so no need to provide any credentials. If it is a private repository, we must provide credentials. To provide credentials, even we must add it under Jenkins. I will show you in the little later sections how we can add credentials for other purpose. And branch, we are pulling this code from the master branch. If we go to our GitHub repository, you can see the branch as a master. We are pulling the code from master branch. Then we have a build. While building, Maven should require a pom.xml. This pom.xml also should be available in the repository. If you see here, there is a file called pom.xml. This file is needed to build using Maven. And goals and options. Hope you know there are various goals to build with Maven, but in our case we start with clean install package. Okay, these are the goals I'm using. After build, we are not choosing anything because we are just going to test how build is going to happen through Maven. Apply, save. Now we can execute our job by choosing option called build now. If you want to change your job, go to configure and edit your job. Here you can change it. Nothing to edit in my case. Go back, build the job, and build history you can see here. And this is our first build. Let's open the console output. If you are doing build first time, then it takes a little longer time because it has to download all the dependencies. Let's wait until this job get completes because it has few test cases as well. You can see here it's processing our test cases. Usually test cases are written by the developers. All right, so our build is success, no issues so far. In case of any failures, you can refer to this output so that you are going to get the information. Go back to our build. It is blue ball, nothing but it is successful. If you see here, you can find a folder called workspace over here. Whenever you run any job, Jenkins copy your code under workspace directory and build. Even the outcomes of that build also keeps under this location. If you see here we have the some of the files, and if you go back to your hello world repository, you can see the same content over here. Nothing but it copied into workspace directory. Under this you can see web app and targets. Usually under targets, the outcome of our build can be stored. So here you can see web app.var because it is a web application. So it's created a var file whenever we build it. All right. You can see the same thing from your Jenkins CLI as well. Go to your Jenkins server, and usually it will be available under slash var lib Jenkins workspace. This is the default path. If I give ls, so far we have ran two jobs. You can see my first job, my first Maven build. If I go inside to this, you can see the same content. Docker file is there, which we are going to use in the later classes. pom.xml read and go to web, then target. You can see the web app.var. Now we have a var file, but we don't have any target environment to host this web app.var. So in the next video, we are going to set up a Tomcat server to host this web app.var. Until then, bye. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I will show you how to set up Tomcat server. As I discussed in the previous video, we need a target environment to host our var file. For that, we are setting up a Tomcat server. I have updated a document under our documents repository how to set up a Tomcat server. Let's go there. This is our simple DevOps project. Here we have a folder called Tomcat. Go inside to this, open Tomcat installation file. Here we have instructions how to install Tomcat. So it's quite simple. We need to set up a new EC2 instance to install our Tomcat. We can download it from the Tomcat official website. Once it is downloaded, go inside to Tomcat bin directory to start a Tomcat services so that you can access the application from the browser. For your information, even Tomcat runs on port number 8080, how our Jenkins runs. But in our case, these two are two different servers. That's why it won't create any conflict. But if you are running both in a single system, then you must change the port numbers. We have added procedure over here, how to change port numbers in Tomcat server. You can follow the same procedure if you want to change. And the next thing is we should create users. Why? Because we are going to host our var file onto Tomcat server. So Tomcat server has to allow our Jenkins server to authenticate to host our var file. For that purpose, we should create couple of roles and couple of users. I will show you how we can do that one. Let's go to our AWS console, create a new server to set up our Tomcat server. I'm jumping back to my AWS console just to refreshing the page. Okay, whatever I have terminated, it got disappeared. Let's launch a new system. Even here also I'm going with Amazon Linux 2018 T2 Micro. Nothing to change. Next. And tags, I'm giving name as a Tomcat server. Security group, will use the same security group because we have already opened port number 8080 over there. Next. Launch it. We'll wait until it comes up. Alright, our server is in running state. Let's take the public IP of this system. Session SSH and load our key pair. Give user as EC2 minus user. Increase the font size. Clear the screen. Sudo to root. Now we need to download Tomcat package to set it up over here. Go back to your console. This is Maven. Let me close it. Apache Tomcat download. Yes. Okay, the initial page itself will take us to Tomcat 8 software download page. Okay, we have Tomcat 9 as well, but we go with Tomcat 8. Through Jenkins, we can deploy on Tomcat 8 server. So you can see the version of 8.5.43. Here we can able to download tar.gz. Copy the link address. I just copied it. Go back. Okay, this is our Tomcat server. Let me rename the host name. Host name Tomcat. Okay, it's named as a Tomcat right now. And I'm going to inside opt and wget our URL to download Tomcat. Alright, it has been downloaded. Extract it, tar minus xvzf. So couple of things, nothing but unzip and untar we are doing with single command. Again, for better naming convention, let me rename it as a just Tomcat. ls. Go inside to Tomcat, we can see the conf file, bin file. Okay, under bin, nothing but binary, you can see lot of files. Here you can see a startup.sh, shutdown.sh. Startup.sh is to start our Tomcat server and shutdown.sh to stop our Tomcat. So I have started our Tomcat, and also port number 8080 is already enabled in our security group. So we could able to access this one from the browser. 8080. That's it. It's quite simple. Okay, we could able to access our Tomcat server from the browser. But let me try to log in onto Manager app. It is not allowing me to log in. Why? Because by default, your Tomcat server allows from your local system. To address this issue, we need to update one of the configuration file called context.xml. Then only users can able to log into our Manager app application from outside of Tomcat server. So let's go and find this file. Find slash minus name context.xml. You can see here three files are there, but we don't consider this one. We need to consider about files which are under web app. Let me edit it. And here you can see a line which starts with value class name. If you try to understand entry of value class name, it is allowing the IP address which starts with 127. This is actually a loopback address or local host address. So nothing but it allows only from the local system, but we want to access it from outside as well. So if we comment it out, it allows from outside as well. Go to insert mode to edit this file. To comment a line in Tomcat, it starts with less than, exclamatory mark, minus minus, and also ends here with minus minus close. That's it. Now we need to do same thing on other file as well. Let's open it. Go here, context value class name. So comment started, comment ended. Save the file. If we modify any configuration in Tomcat, we must restart Tomcat services. Stop it, shutdown.sh, then start it again. We have refreshed our Tomcat services. Now let's reload this one. Okay, and manager app. This time it is not throwing any error. It is asking for the username and password. But I don't know any username and password. So we should set up some of the users and roles to access it from the browser. For that, I have updated list of the users in our document. Just use this. If you understand this one properly, we are adding some roles. Manager GUI, nothing but to log in from the GUI. Manager script to execute some scripts. Manager JMX, like that different roles are there. And if you see a user called deployer, he is a group of manager script, nothing but to execute some of the scripts or copy some files from the other server. We need a manager script role. So we are going to create a user called deployer with password deployer and part of manager script role group. This user we are going to use to copy var file from the Jenkins. At the same way, we have a user called Tomcat and with password secret and part of manager GUI group. This user is used to access your Tomcat application from the browser, but it is just for testing purpose. Only this user would be sufficient for us. Let me copy this one. And one more thing is we need to update this one under Tomcat users.xml under conf directory. So let's go back. Currently I'm under bin directory. One step back. Again, if I do pwd, I'm under Tomcat folder. Here you have a conf directory. Edit the file called tomcat users.xml. Go to end. You must add users under Tomcat users context. So all the lines are commented out under Tomcat users. So I'm going to insert mode here and copy your users. So there may be a chance that sometimes some special characters may get added because I have encountered this issue. So let me remove the spaces again and add it. All right. Now save this file. Again, we need to refresh it. To refresh, we need to go back to bin. If you don't want to restart your application from the bin directory, you can create a link file, but I'm using limited period of time, so I'm doing it directly from the bin. So shutdown.sh, then startup.sh. These are shell scripts, so it ends with the .sh. Okay, now let's go here, cancel it, again refresh it. Now Tomcat and password is secret. Here you go. You could able to log into Tomcat Web Application Manager GUI. Nothing but whatever changes we have done, all are working perfectly. Fine, with that I'm stopping over here, and in the next video we are going to deploy our WAR file on the Tomcat server. From the browser we should able to access it. We'll see how we can do that in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. So far we have set up this environment, nothing but all set to deploy on a VM. We have source code available in Git, and we have Jenkins server which successfully able to build our source code, and we have target environment called Tomcat server which is readily available. Now let's integrate our Tomcat server with Jenkins so that we can able to deploy on Tomcat server. I'm on my Jenkins dashboard. To install on a VM, we should have a additional plugin called deploy to container. So far we haven't installed that plugin. So let's go and install that. Go to manage Jenkins, manage plugins, available. So to deploy on any VM, we should have deploy to container, even though it is another application server. So I'm installing deploy to container plugin. Right, it's installed successfully. Go back to Jenkins homepage. Now we are going to create a new job to deploy on our VM. I'm going to name it as deploy on Tomcat server. So deploy on a Tomcat server. This is a Maven project. Okay. And deploy on VM. I'm giving description as deploy on VM. We should provide our repository URL. Go back, hello world. Copy the repository URL. And no need to provide credentials. Master branch, nothing to change. Clean, install, package. Next, once build is successful, we want to deploy it. For that, post build actions, you can see a option called deploy where or add to a container. If you don't install deploy to container plugin, you cannot see this option. Now here asking for the where file. Click on question mark so that it provides some information. Okay, we should provide the where file information. Usually it stores under a workspace with this name. So under that, whatever where file is there, we want to pick it up. In our case, our where file name is webapp.where. If you are not clear about your where file name, you can just provide the */*.where so that it picks up whatever where file it creates under this folder. So no worries. Let it be star.where. Next, add to container. If you see the options over here, you can deploy up to maximum Tomcat 8. That is the reason I have installed Tomcat 8 instead of Tomcat 9. So let's take this one. Now, credentials. To deploy on our Tomcat server should accept Jenkins authentication. If you remember, we have created a couple of users. From those, we are going to use a user called deployer. So let's go back to our Tomcat server. Here we have a file called cat/opt tomcat conf tomcat users.xml. If you remember, we have added couple of users over here. We are going to use a user called deployer. So let's copy it, and password also deployer. He is added to a role called manager script. So add Jenkins username and password also same. ID I will give deployer user. Description user to deploy on Tomcat VM. Add, and we are choosing this user, and Tomcat URL, our server is this one. This is our Tomcat server URL. Go back here and provide it. So now apply the changes, save it. Now we have created a job called deploy on Tomcat server. Whenever we execute this job, it is going to copy where file onto target Tomcat server, and while doing that one, it authenticates by using deployer user. So everything is set, and on Tomcat server, usually the default location is web app. Let's go and see that. So go inside to /opt tomcat. Here we have a directory called web apps, and ls-l if I give. Here we have default Tomcat application. So that is what we are accessing from the browser. Now whenever we run the job, it is going to copy var file into this location. Okay, so let's go and execute our job. Build now. Hopefully it gets success. Open the console output. We'll wait until it gets complete. Cool. It got completed successfully, and if you see here, it has deployed on the target environment Tomcat 8.x. Let's go and see. I'm giving ls-l. Yep, you can see a var file, webapp.var. Now we want to access this application. To access this application, we need to give your var file name in the browser. Let's go Apache Tomcat. If I refresh it, it's working, and /webapp to access our application. Here you go. You can see here, hello, welcome to Simple DevOps project. This is how you can able to deploy a var file on a VM. In next video, I'm going to show you how can a build happens automatically whenever there is a change in the code. It looks little interesting. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can able to build a job whenever there is new change in the code. To experiment this one, I'm going to use our existing job itself, that is deploy on Tomcat server. Let's open it. I'm modifying the existing configuration. Here, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see build triggers. Under build triggers, we have multiple options. Currently, we are building by executing the build job. Apart from this, we can build jobs by triggering remotely, building after other projects are built, build periodically. Under build periodically, you need to specify cron job so that job get executes at that particular period of time. Next, GitHub hook and poll SEM. I'm talking about the option called poll SEM. Under poll SEM also we should provide the cron job. In poll SEM, according to cron job, it will go and fetch the information of your repository. In our case, our repository is hello world. So at that particular period of time, if there is any changes in the repository, it is going to build that job. If it didn't find any changes, it won't trigger that job. So let's schedule it. I'm giving all stars, nothing but every minute, every hour, every day, every month, and every week it should get executed. If you want to execute once in a day, you can specify that, okay, around 12 o'clock every day I want to execute. This is how you can define the cron job. But we want to see how Polysem does it work. So we are going to specify all stars. Nothing but every minute a job should get executed. Apply. You can see here it is also saying that it gets execute every minute. Yes, I need to execute it every minute. I have saved it. Seems there is a change in the code. That's why this job is triggered. Anyway, let it run. And if you go and refresh your job, I don't think so you can see any change because this is first time, that's why it is executing. Now what I will do, I will pull this code and do some modifications, again push it back to GitHub. Then whenever it find changes, it should rebuild our code. Let's go and do that one. This is my Jenkins server. I have already cloned our GitHub repository. If you want to do this one, you can do git clone and followed by GitHub repository URL. You can get that from your GitHub. Select clone and download. There you can find a link, copy that link and provide here so that it get clones, but I have already cloned it, so I cancelled it. If you want to get latest code into your system, git pull so that it pulls the latest code. It may be anything. It doesn't mean that you should pull into Jenkins server. Wherever you want to modify, you can do. Mine is a Windows laptop, so that I cannot able to download it locally. I'm using Jenkins server as a development system for time being. We are going to modify a file called index.jsp that is available under web app, source, main, web app, Under this location, we have a file called index.jsp. Whatever content you add to this file, it displays in the browser. Even you can see the same content is available here. Now let's modify it. vi index.jsp. I'm adding h2, nothing but header 2. Deploying on a VM. So we are deploying it on VM and close it. Git status. We have modified a file. So git status tells you that if there is any changes in the code, git commit -m modified index.jsp. So I'm adding it to local repository. So commit usually adds your changes to local repository. Then we need to push it into remote repository. So sorry, first we should add it, git add, then git commit we should do. And if you see here, if we see in our GitHub, I'm just refreshing it. So far we have 8 commits. Once we pushed our code, it should get updated to 9. To push it into GitHub repository, we should do git push origin master. Okay, so it is going to push our code to master branch. Okay, it's done. Now if I see git status, there is no changes. Whatever changes we have done, we pushed into master branch on GitHub repository. So now ninth commit it came, and if I open the file web app index.jsp, it has modified. So far we haven't done any modification, so last job executed at 12:56. Now a new build is going to trigger right now because we have modified our code. It waits for next minute and execute it. Yep, you can see here it's triggered a new build because it found change in our code. We'll wait until it gets complete. Now let's go back to our Tomcat server. Let me see. We'll go inside to OPT Tomcat web app. Let me become a root. cd to our web apps directory ls-ltr. If you see here, date, yep, latest WAR file has been deployed. And if I go and refresh our page, this job is successful, and refresh our page. Yep, you can see whatever changes we have done, it has been appearing here. This is how we can automate our job to execute whenever there is change in the code. So far, I can say that I have set up continuous integration and continuous delivery on our system. But in this case, we are using Jenkins as a build as well as deployment tool. Why? Because it is going to build the code as well as deploying by using deploy to container. Hope you understand how the automated build happens. That's all for this section. In next section, we are going to talk about how to deploy on a Docker container. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this section, we are going to see how we can deploy on a Docker container using Jenkins. So here also we are going to use Jenkins as our build and deployment tool, and we are going to deploy on Docker container. So far we have our code under Git and Jenkins server is ready. Next thing is we need to set up our Docker container. Let's go and see how to set up Docker host. To set up our Docker host, I have created a document in our documents repository. We can go there and have a look. Here we have a folder called Docker. Go inside to this, and we have Docker installation steps. In the Docker installation steps, we can install Docker on Amazon Linux or CentOS. In our case, I'm going to use Amazon Linux because it's quite simple. We can install Docker either Community Edition or Enterprise Edition. If you are using RHEL, we don't have any Community Edition for RHEL. You must go with Enterprise Edition. But for Amazon Linux or CentOS, it is available. That is the reason I'm going to use Amazon Linux, where we can directly install our Docker. For this purpose, I'm going to launch new EC2 instance as a Docker host to set up our Docker containers. Let's go to Amazon console. So far we have two servers, that is Jenkins and Tomcat. I'm going to launch new server for Docker host. I'm choosing Amazon Linux. Nothing to change over here. Name Docker host, because it is going to host our Docker containers. And security group, same security group I'm using. Launch, and same key pair also I'm using. Alright, our Docker host is ready. Let's jump into Docker host. Session SSH. EC2 minus user. I could able to log in, increase the font size, become a root, host name Docker host. I'm naming it as a Docker host. Again logging in to take it effect. Alright, clear the screen. Now we'll install yum install docker. Yes, I want to install it. It is going to install Docker Community Edition. Installation successful. Now let's execute one of the Docker command, docker ps. It displays all the running containers. Let's see what will happen. You can see here it is saying that Docker daemon is not running because we haven't started Docker daemon. Service Docker status, service Docker start. Again check for the status. Now it's running. If I execute the same command right now, it will give the output, but there are no containers right now. Because it is a fresh setup, we don't have any containers right now. We need to create our own containers. I believe you already know that Docker containers created out of Docker images and Docker images created from the Docker file. Initially, we need to write a Docker file. From Docker file, we should create a Docker image. From Docker image, we should create a Docker container. Instead of that one, we can use some of the predefined images which are available in the Docker Hub. Docker Hub is a registry where it has Docker images which are created by different people. Let's jump into Docker Hub and see what is there in the Docker Hub. Search for Docker Hub. So this is hub.docker.com. This is what we are going to use. So usually if you don't have any images or you don't have any Docker files, you can able to pull some of the Docker images from Docker Hub. These images are created by official product owners, or the people like us can able to store Docker images. In Docker Hub, there are two kind of registries, that is public registry and private registry. If you want to keep your images privately, you can use the private repository. Usually in the industry, they don't keep their images publicly. They will always keep their images in the private repositories, or else they can create their own private repositories to store their images. For now, instead of writing a Docker file, I am going to take a Docker image from the Docker Hub. Let's search for Tomcat. If you remember, we have set up a Tomcat VM. Rather than that, we can create a Docker container directly by pulling the Docker image. And there are so many options came. You can see 21,000 plus results came. For some images, you can see official image, and for some of them, there is no tag. And here it will tell you how many downloads it happens. Official image nothing but the product owners are going to create this image. Always prefer to use the official images, because if you use the unofficial images, there might be a chance that they may inject some malwares to your containers to hack your systems. So it's always best practice to use the official images. So let's go inside to Tomcat. And To pull this image, we are going to execute a docker pull tomcat, and there are various tags for your tomcat image, nothing but versions. You can choose any version. If you need tomcat 9, you can use this, 8 if you need this. Like that, there are various options. You can choose any tags according to your requirement. If you don't specify any tag, it is going to pull the latest image by default. And if you scroll down little bit, it will tell you the how to use this image as well. So these are the commands what you need to execute to pull this image, and the application is going to run on port number 8080 internally in the Docker container. In our case, we want to pull the latest Tomcat image and create a container out of it. Before pulling the image, let's list out the images. Docker image ls. We don't have any images. Docker pull tomcat, and you can give the tag latest. I am giving nothing but it is going to pull the latest image from the hub.docker.com. It is a public repository. If you want to use private repository, you must log into your repository by using Docker login, which we are going to see in the later classes. If you want to pull the images from the private repository, you need to log into your Docker registry by using Docker login. This we are going to see in the later videos. For now, let's list out Docker images. Either Docker images or Docker ls, both are going to give the Docker images. Now we have pulled a latest Docker image. We can create a container out of it. To create a container, we should execute a command called docker run -- name. I'm going to name it as a tomcat container -p, nothing but on which port number do you want to expose it. I want to expose it on port number 8080. Internally also it runs on port number 8080, and image name tomcat and latest. If you don't specify any tag, by default it treats it as a latest. Let's execute it, and it is going to create a Docker container and runs in the foreground. Foreground nothing but we could able to see that one. Now let's try to access our Tomcat application from the browser. For that we should take host server IP address followed by port number 8080. So let me take the port number of our Docker host. This is port number of Docker host colon 8080. Here you can see. If you are facing this kind of issue, please skip this lecture and watch next video. Otherwise, you are fine to continue further. We could able to pull the latest Docker image and it's running fine. Now, if I kill this Docker container, so if I try to access it right now, it won't work. Now, if I display the Docker ps, nothing is there. Docker ps -a, we have a container which is in stopped state. So let's remove this one and recreate a new container. To remove a Docker container, docker rm and container name. Let's create a new container with the same command, but this time we are going to use -d option. D stands for detach mode, so that it won't display in the front end. Now you can execute command called docker ps. You can see a tomcat container which is running, and if I refresh it again, it should work. Alright, our Docker container is working. In next video, I am going to show you what and all prerequisites we need to set up to deploy on a Docker container. Hello folks, if you have encountered this kind of error, then you can continue to watch this video. Otherwise, you can skip it. Maybe you got stuck over here that your container is running, but you could not able to access the application from the outside. So let's give Ctrl+C. Clear the screen. Docker images. To check your images, you might have pulled a latest Tomcat Docker image which is updated 8 days ago, nothing but in January 1st week, and you might have run this command to create a container. Okay, so let's list out our containers. Docker ps -a. Currently we have a container. Okay, execute the same command and remove if you have any containers over here. To remove it, docker rm and container name. And if you see the container is running, then it throws an error. So first give docker stop your container name or container id, then docker rm container name or container id. Okay. Now if I check, we don't have any containers. Let's create our container again, but this time we are going to do with the detached mode. Okay, minus D. This is detached mode. Whenever you run in the detached mode, container runs in the background. So you can see here your container is running, and if I go and execute the same command docker ps minus a, now our container is running and up from 3 seconds. Now let's access again our application, and you can still see same error. To understand this problem better, let's log into our Docker container and see. To log into our Docker container, docker exec is the command, it followed by your container name /bin bash. Nothing but we are logging into our container with the bash, nothing but shell command. Just enter. You can see here, now you are inside the container. This is your container id and you logged in as a root, and you are under this location /usr local tomcat. Let's give ls. Now you can see here there is a directory called web app. Usually our default application is available under web app. If it is not available over here, you cannot access from the browser. That is the reason. Okay, but it is not a problem. Even we can store our custom applications over here. Once we start storing our applications over here, it starts working. Okay, and we have one more folder called webapp.dist. So in the latest container image, they are storing the default application over here. So before talking about that one, let's go inside to web app. You can see here nothing is there. This is empty. That is the reason it could not able to access the application. Now to make it work, you can come out, go inside to webapps.dist, and you can see here this is our root directory. This is what we need under docs, examples, everything is there. Let's copy this one onto web apps so that we can make it work our default application. So cp -r, nothing but recursively star whatever content is available over here, copy that onto web apps. Okay, now if I go inside to web apps, you can see the content, and let's go and refresh it. I'm refreshing it. You can see our default application. Okay, so this is how we can make it work, but it is not a problem. Why? Because in later sessions we are going to use our own application rather than using the default application. So no need to worry whether it's working or not working. If you could able to see the error page also, it's fine, but if you want to make it work, this is one of the way. Another way is you can just come out here and clear the screen. Docker images, if you see, we are using the latest image. Rather than using latest image, you can try to pull the little older image so that we can make it work. In the older images, default Tomcat application is available under web apps directory, so you need not to do all this stuff. If you want to do all this stuff, you can do it in the Docker file, which we are going to discuss in the later sessions. There we can see how does it work. So to make it work, what we can do, instead of pulling the latest Tomcat image, we can pull little older. Let's do that one. I'm opening hub.docker.com and search for Tomcat. This is Tomcat, right? So this is our Tomcat Docker official images page. Let's increase the size. And if you scroll down, these all are the supported tags, but let's go with standard one. If you scroll down little bit, you can see here Tomcat 8.0. Let's go with this one, Tomcat colon 8.0. So go here, Docker pull Tomcat 8.0. Let's pull this one. So let's create a container out of it, Docker images. Now we have one more container with 8.0. Let's create a container out of it. Docker run -d minus name. I am giving it as a Tomcat 8 -p. Port number I am using 8081. colon 8080. Okay, internally it runs on port number 8080, exposing on to 8081. This port must be opened at security group level. It's already opened in my case. If it is not in your case, please open it, and followed by tomcat, and we must give the tag, otherwise it takes the latest one again. So 8.0, let's execute it. It's created one more container, and this time I will access my application from the 8081. So let's take the public IP and open a new tab and access it on 8081. You can see here it is working on 8081. It is 8.0 version. Earlier one is 8.5. Clear? And if I go and check for my containers also, docker ps-a, you can see two containers are up and running. One is from 10 minutes, another one is from a minute. Nothing but 8081. Clear? So this is how either you can use the latest one or you can use this one. But this lab, if you want to experiment, you can use this one. In later classes, you can still continue with the latest one, because we are not going to use the default application. We are going to use our own application. Clear? Thanks for watching. See you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I am going to show you how we can integrate our Docker host with Jenkins server, so that Jenkins can able to copy the WAR file onto Docker host. From Docker host to it can able to copy onto Docker container. For that purpose, we need to install a plugin called Publish over SSH on our Jenkins server. After that, we need to store credentials of our Docker host on our Jenkins server, so that Jenkins server can able to authenticate with the Docker host. Let's go and do that one. I'm jumping onto my Jenkins server. So this is our Jenkins console. Here, go to Manage Jenkins to install new plugin. Under this, Manage Plugins, Available Plugins. Let's search for Publish over SSH. Publish over SSH. So it is installing Publish over SSH plugin. Installation is successful. Go back. We need to add our Docker server credentials over here. For that purpose, I am going to create a user called Docker admin in our Docker server. Clear the screen. User add Docker admin and create a password for this one, Docker admin. Alright, I have set the password. This user must be part of Docker group, cat/etc group. You can see a group called Docker is there. We must add this user to this group. So user mod -ag docker admin. I have added this user to Docker admin group. ID Docker admin. If you see, yes, he is part of his own group as well as Docker group. Now this Docker credentials we should provide in the Jenkins server. Let's go back to Jenkins. Go to Manage Jenkins, Configure System, and if you scroll down here, there is an option called Publish over SSH. We are going to add SSH servers, and here we should provide the name of our server. Let's go back. I'm going to give the IP address. So IP address of this server is this one, and it can able to communicate with the private IPs. Name, I'm going to give it as a Docker host, and host name, I'm going to give the IP address, and username, I'm going to provide it as a Docker admin advanced, and use the password based authentication to communicate this, and you should provide the password. So I'm giving password of Docker admin. Once it is provided, test the connection. Okay, it's failing because we need to enable the password based authentication on our server. By default, on EC2 instances, it is not enabled. To enable that one, we should go to /etc sshd underscore config. Under this file, there is a password authentication is saying no. We need to enable it to yes, so that from now onwards users can able to log in, and we should restart SSH service. So hence service sshd reload. All right, it's done. Let's go back and test it again. This time it is success. Okay, apply and save it. So far we have set up Jenkins and Docker integration. In next video we will create a Jenkins job to deploy on a Docker server. Until then, bye. Hello folks, welcome back. In last video we have set up our Docker and Jenkins communication. It was working fine. In this video I am going to create a new job to copy our artifact onto Docker host. Once it is available on Docker host, it is easy to copy artifact onto Docker container. With that, I am going to create a new Jenkins job. Go to new item, deploy on Docker. Instead of choosing Maven, what I will do, I am going to copy all the configurations from previous job. So it's like a copy of our previous job, but I am going to change according to Docker deployment. GitHub is same. Polacm I don't need for this job. Build is same. And we are not going to deploy on a VM, so I'm removing it. And post build actions, we should choose send build artifacts over SSH. So it is going to send the artifacts to target server through SSH. Here we have configured only one server, that is Docker host. That's why it's get populated. If you have more servers, you can see under drop down list. Now source file. So where exactly our file does located? Usually the file get creates under workspace. It creates a folder called targets. Under target, you can see the var file. If you need more information, you can click on question mark. It gives the details what it is expecting. We should get the path of the var file. Where does it located? Let's jump into our Jenkins server to get that. I'm on my Jenkins server and pwd. I'm inside workspace. If you do ls, I'm going to check in the previous job where the artifact is available. In the same location, it will be created in the new job as well. With the job name, one folder get creates. Under that, we have web app, then targets. Here we have var file. So the path would be after your job name, whatever is there, that is the path. So this is the path, web app / target. And star.var you can give, or else you can give the full name of your var file. Next, remove prefix. While it is copying, it copies the directory structure as well. If you don't need this directory structure, you can remove it, but let it be like this for now. I'm going to remove in next build. In remote directory, where do you want to copy? By default, it copies the artifact onto user's home directory. In our case, our user is Docker admin. It copies artifact onto Docker admin home directory. So I'm just giving dot so that in the current directory it is going to copy. Execute commands. If you want to execute any commands on remote host, you can specify over here. But right now I don't want to execute any commands over there. So just apply, save it. Before building this job, let's jump into our Docker server and see what is there in the Docker admin home directory. This is our Docker admin. I'm already in Docker admin home directory. Instead of that one, let's move to Docker admin, pwd, who am I? I'm a Docker admin and I'm inside my home directory. Let's build the job, build it. So it's building job. All right, build is successful. After building, it's tried to connect to our Docker host. Yes, it's connected and transferred one file. Good. Everything looks good. Let me do ls. Yes, you can see. So cd web app target ls. If you see, yep, var file is there. So it's copied successfully. Now, if you don't need web app slash target, you need to modify your job little bit. Go back to your job, modify, configure, and remove prefix. I'm going to give web app slash target. So it is going to remove this directory structure while copying onto target system. Apply, save. Before building it, let's remove the existing artifact. Cd tilde, going to home directory, ls rm-rf web app. So nothing is there. Let's build the job. Okay, build is successful again. Now let's do ls. Yes, you can see this time var file has been copied directly under our home directory. This is how you can transfer your files to target systems by using Jenkins. Alright, now we want to copy this artifact onto our Docker container, which we are going to create newly. For that purpose, we need to write a Docker file. In next video, I will show you how to write a Docker file. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I am going to show you how to write a simple Docker file. In previous video, we have seen how we can copy a artifact from Jenkins to Docker host. Currently, I am under my Docker admin home directory where you can see webapp.var. Now I want to copy this webapp.var onto Docker container. For that purpose, I am going to write a Docker file which can create a Tomcat server and host this var file. Let's start vi Docker file. So D must be caps and this is the syntax. You must use the same name. From, I'm using command called from, going to pull Tomcat. So it is going to pull latest Tomcat latest version from public Docker registry. Next, maintainer, I can give AR Shankar, then copy. So what I'm doing now is I'm copying my var file. My var file is available in the current location and var file name is webapp.var and we must copy this one under webapps directory. So if it is a VM, it is the path where you install your Tomcat, but if it is a container, the default location is /usr local Tomcat. This is the path. Under this we have web apps. Okay, this is the directory where we should copy our var file. I'm saving this file, nothing to add. Docker ps ls. Okay, we have Docker file as well as var file in the current location. Let me build image out of this. To build image, docker build minus t, nothing but tag. I'm giving tag as a DevOps project dot nothing but in current location check for the Docker file and build image out of that. As I said, from Docker file we are going to create a Docker image. From Docker image we are going to create Docker container. So it is pulling the initial Tomcat latest image. Take this var file and build new image. That new image name we get a DevOps project. Let's see the images. Docker images. Now you can see two images are there. This is the base image which we have pulled from public Docker repository and created new image which have the var file as well inside to this. Now let's create container out of this. Docker, let me clear the screen. Docker run minus name DevOps DevOps container minus P port number. I'm exposing it on port number 8080 and internally also it runs on port number 8080 and image name Docker project. This is the image. So it creates a container by using Docker project image. Let's try to access it from browser. Take the IP address of our Docker host :8080. Okay, it's running and we could able to access. And if I give /web app, yes, whatever is there in the web app application, we could able to access it. So this is how we can create a container out of our image. And if I give Control+C, and now if I refresh, it won't accessible. Why? Because the container is in stopped state. I can rerun it by -D option. Before rerunning it, I need to delete it. Docker ps-a docker rm. I have removed our old container. Now let's create it again. But this time I'm going to use -D option. -D nothing but detach mode, so that it runs in the background. Docker ps, it shows the running containers. Docker ps-a, it shows all the containers irrespective of it is running or in stopped state. Let's access it again. Yep, this time again it is accessible. We don't have any issue, right? All right, this is fine. Now I'm going to set up a CICD pipeline where it will create a WAR file and deploys directly on a Docker container. How can we do that one? We'll see in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In last video we have seen how to copy artifact onto Docker host. In this video I am going to show you how can we deploy WAR file on Docker container. For that purpose I am going to use the same job deploy on Docker by modifying little bit. Let's jump into our Jenkins console. And yes, this is our deploy on Docker. Let's create a new job, deploy on container, and I will copy the information from deploy on Docker. Okay, I'm changing it as a container. GitHub should be same, Git repository URL is same, and build also I'm not changing anything. And we are going to push our WAR file onto Docker host. Once it is available in the Docker host, we need to create a image out of it. To create image out of it, we need to run some of the Docker commands. Those commands we are going to execute from the publish over SSH, so that those commands create a Docker image and a Docker container. For that purpose, let's add a command. Go to inside to /home Docker admin. Then create an image docker build -t. Image name I am giving DevOps image from dot. Once image is created, we need to create a server. So docker run -d, nothing but a detached mode, -name DevOps container, export on port number 8080, internally runs on port number 8080 from DevOps image. All right. So what we are doing is, once WAR file is copied onto target system, it go inside to the home directory and run the docker build -t DevOps image. It creates a image called DevOps image. Then also create a container called DevOps container by using the image whatever we create. Okay, now let's save this one and execute the job. Apply, save. So before executing this one, we'll go and check is there any images or containers are there. pwd ls. We have docker file and var file. Let's remove var file, so it should create a new one whenever we execute the job. Next thing is docker ps-a, no container. Docker images, we have a image, docker rmi, removing this image. So it's clean right now. Clear the screen. Let's go back to our Jenkins server, build this job. So this time what should happen? It should able to create a var file. Var file get copies onto the target system, and Jenkins server is going to run couple of commands on the target system. That is, it goes inside to Docker admin account and create a image docker ps-a, docker images. We got a new images under docker ps-a. We got new container as well. Let's access it from the browser, and our job is successful. So container docker host IP address colon, we have exposed it on port number 8080. Okay, Apache default page is working. Web app. If I do yes, we could able to see this one. All right, this is how we can deploy on a container by using Jenkins. Now assumes that there is a change in the code, and we have to create a new var file and get it to deploy into a target environment. So assuming that there is a new code, and let me try to build it. So it's trying to build. So you can see here, it's built the new var file. It's copied the var file onto target environment and trying to build and deploy a new container. But problem here is there is already a container called DevOps container running on the system. So you cannot able to deploy a new container with the same name. So what I'm trying to say is Jenkins cannot able to manage deployments properly. That is where we need to look after for the some of the deployment tools which are available in the market. So to overcome these kind of problems, we are going to use Ansible as our deployment tool from next lecture. So in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how to set up Ansible and how can we able to address these kind of problems in the Ansible. And another problem here with the Jenkins is I'm deploying on a target environment which I have registered. Assumes that you have hundreds of systems where you need to deploy, you need to register all those systems with the Jenkins, which is a difficult task. These kind of problems cannot be able to achievable through the Jenkins. If you achieve also, there is so much work you need to do. Henceforth, we are going to use Jenkins only as a build tool. For the deployment purpose, we are going to use Ansible. So Ansible take this var file and deploys it in a target environment, whatever we specify. We are going to see how it is going to happen in the next video. Until then, see you. Bye. Hello folks, welcome back. In this section, we are going to see how to deploy on Docker using Ansible. So far, we have built and deploy on Docker using Jenkins, but there are some limitations to use Jenkins. That's why we are going to introduce Ansible as a deployment tool in our environment. So far, our code is available in Git. We can able to build through Jenkins, and our target environment also is available. Nothing but a Docker host is available. Now we should set up Ansible so that by using Ansible, we can able to deploy on Docker. In this video, I am going to show you how to set up Ansible environment. I have prepared a document to set up Ansible environment. Document has been updated in our GitHub repository. Let's go and check it out. Simple DevOps project. This is our document registry. Go to Ansible. We have two documents for Ansible installation. This is for RHEL, but we are going to use Amazon Linux. There is a reason behind that. We don't have Docker Community Edition for Red Hat Linux, so I'm going to choose Amazon Linux for this. To install Ansible, prerequisites is we need an AWS EC2 instance as a control system. First, we should install Python, then Python pip. By using pip, we are going to install Ansible. Then create an ANS admin user because to manage Ansible, we should have a separate user. Add this user to sudoers file. Then generate a key pair as a user. So switch as a ANS admin and generate a key pair. Copy this key pair onto target environment. In our case, our target environment is Docker host. We'll copy over there. Then we are going to install Docker on our Ansible system because Ansible is used to create a Docker image. That's why we must have Docker and add ANS admin to Docker group so that ANS admin can able to create Docker images. We should create a directory called /etc Ansible. Usually this directory should get create in the older versions, but in 2.8 we are not getting this directory, so we are going to create it manually and create a hosts file to store our hosts information. But in our case, I'm going to store our Docker host and my Ansible server details. Then we'll do a ping test to check it out whether communication is fine or not. Alright, so for this we need an Amazon EC2 instance. Let's jump into AWS console and create a new EC2 instance. Services EC2. We have already two running instances. One is Jenkins server, another one is Docker host. Let me launch new one. Amazon Linux T2 Micro. Nothing to change here. Name Ansible server. Next, choosing existing security group. Launch it. Let's wait until it comes up. Let's refresh it. Okay, server is in running state. Copy the public IP. Session SSH EC2 minus user. I have loaded my key pair as well. Alright, become a root. Let's install Python. Yum install Python. Yes, I want to install it. Python minus version. It's 2.7. Then yum install pip. Yes. Okay, we have installed pip as well. Now pip install Ansible. Alright, installation is successful. It is saying pip is at older version. That's okay. Ansible minus version to check out our version. It is 2.8 and you can see config file. Usually this should be /etc Ansible ansible.cfg, but in latest version we don't have Ansible directory itself. Let's create one. mkdir /etc Ansible. Next we need to create a user add ANS admin. Set the password for him. Okay, I have set the password. Next, add this user to sudoers file. You can add it by using vi sudo. If you are not familiar, you can execute this command as well. What I have shown you in the document, there is a command. Yes, you can do this as well. But let me do the vi sudo. Shift G, go to end of this file. O, insert mode, ANS admin, and I will give this so that it won't ask for the password whenever you are logging as a root. Alright, we have done that. Next thing is We should install Docker as well, as I said, because if we want to deploy on a Docker server, we should create a Docker images. Let me install Docker. Yum install Docker. Yes. Okay, I have installed Docker. Now start Docker services. Service Docker status. Service Docker start. I have started Docker services. We should add ANS admin to Docker group. For that, user mod -ag, nothing but add group to Docker group. Username is ANS admin. So we have added ANS admin to Docker group. Next, by default, user authentication is not enabled in the AWS EC2 instances. So we should edit password authentication should be yes from no in the sshd_config file. We have done this for a Docker host system. Similar way we should do here. For that, vi/etc sshd_config. Search for password. You can see password authentication. No is there. Let's change it to yes. After that, reload service sshd reload. Next thing is we should generate keys for our ANS admin user. So let's switch to ANS admin account. Okay, now ssh keygen is the command to generate keys. Okay, it's created keys. Usually keys creates under .ssh folder. You can see id_rsa, id_rsa.pub. This public key we should copy onto target environments, and private key we should keep it as secure. If somebody have access to this one, they can able to access your systems. Okay, so all set on master node, I mean to say control node. One last thing what I will do is let's switch back and change host name. Ansible control node. I'm giving okay, so that it would be easy to identify for us. Next, go back to Docker host. Here also we should create user called ANS admin and set the password. So let's create user called ANS admin. User add ANS admin. Set the password for ANS admin. PSSWD. Use the same password whatever you used in master node. Okay, I have set the password. Password authentication is enabled, so there is no issue to log into this system. Now we should copy the keys onto our Docker host system. For that, the command is ssh copy id. Sorry, we should do this one as a ANS admin user. Let's switch back to ANS admin because we should copy keys onto target system. To copy keys onto target system, ssh copy id ANS admin as a ANS admin, copy the keys. So host name, sorry, IPADDR, it will give the IP address. I'm using private key. It can able to communicate with Ansible server through the private key because these all are in same VPC. Yes, I want to connect to that server. First time you need to provide the password of ANS admin user password so that it can add the keys to target system. It's done. Now if I give ANS admin and IP address, we can able to log into target system without password. Yes, you can see here you have jumped from Ansible control node to Docker host system, right? So let's exit again. I came back to Ansible control node. Next, we need to test the connectivity by doing a ping test. For that, as I said, we need to create a hosts file under Ansible directory. Go to cd/etc Ansible, nothing is there. Sudo vi hosts. Here I'm adding managed host IP as well as local host. Local host nothing but my current system. So we'll do ping test. To do ping test, Ansible all minus m ping. M nothing but module. There is a module called ping. Let's ping it. Okay, you can able to ping to the remote system. Local system you cannot because I haven't added keys. Let me add it. To add keys, we should run the command ssh copy id localhost. So it copies our keys onto localhost. So it's copied. This time if I run, so let me run it again. You can see here this time it's successful on both the systems, right? So I can say our Ansible setup is fine. It can able to talk our Docker host. So in case some image is there in the control node, it can able to copy onto Docker host. That's all for this video. In next video, I will show you how to integrate Ansible with Jenkins so that whenever there is a build, it can able to copy it into Ansible system. Ansible system can convert that var file as a Docker image, and with the Docker image, it can able to create a Docker container on the target system. We'll see that in our subsequent videos. Hello folks, welcome back. In last video, we have seen how to set up Ansible environment. In this video, I am going to show you how can we integrate Ansible with Jenkins. For that, jump into our Jenkins console. So this is my Jenkins console. If you remember, our last job was failed because whenever we are trying to create a Docker container, it was saying that already container is working. To overcome those kind of problems, we are going to use Ansible as our deployment tool. So in that process, we should integrate Ansible with Jenkins. If you remember, we have enabled SSH connections between Jenkins and Docker host. Same thing we should do for Ansible as well. For that, go to Manage Jenkins, Configure System, and if you scroll down, there is an option called Publish over SSH. If you remember, we have added Docker host. Similar way, we need to add one more, that is SSH servers, so that Jenkins can SSH to Ansible system and copy the var file. Here SSH server name, I am naming it as a Ansible server. Host name, let me get the IP address of Ansible system. This is our Ansible system. Clear the screen. Increase the font size. IPADDR. Get the IP address of Ansible system. Username ANS admin, and advanced use password authentication. Under password authentication, ANS admin user password you should provide, and test the connection. Connection is success because we have enabled password authentication. Apply, save. That's it. Now what we need to do is we need to create new Jenkins job. That Jenkins job, whenever I run, Jenkins can able to copy artifacts onto target environment. So let's do that one. Create new item. I have created a document for this job. Even our previous jobs also have created documentation. So you can refer to those documents if you have any issues. Those are available under Simple DevOps project. We have Jenkins jobs. So here list of the jobs, whatever we are using, those jobs as well as Docker files and Ansible YAML files are available, which we are going to use from now. So I will continue to update this folder so that you can get all the jobs information. So we are going to do deploy on container using Ansible. This is the one we are doing. You can follow this document even to set it up. Okay. So for now, let me name it as a deploy on container using Ansible and copy it from deploy on container. Okay, this is our last job. From here I'm going to copy all the definitions. Okay, there is typo. Deploy and container using Ansible. Repository we don't change. Nothing to change here. Build also fine. Here we need to change Ansible server instead of Docker host. So that var file also same. Target remove prefix is same, and remote directory. This time instead of using home directory of user, I will create a separate directory and will use that directory as our workspace. So let's go to our Ansible system. Create a directory under opt cd/opt sudo mkdir docker. I'm creating a directory called docker. Next thing is I'm going to give full access to ANS admin on this docker directory. For that, sudo chown, change the ownership to ANS admin on /opt docker. Because whenever we use sudo, it creates as a root user. Now ls-l/opt, you can see docker directory is there and it's owned by ANS admin. So that if we are copying something from the Jenkins, it doesn't give permission issues. So go inside to docker, nothing is there. So we are going to use this directory to store our artifacts. So instead of dot, I'm going to use /opt docker, but here it won't take special character, so you should provide double slash. Next, we are not going to execute anything right now. We'll continue to modify this job. For time being, just we'll test this job whether it can able to copy artifacts onto Ansible system or not. Let's build the job. Once build is successful, we could able to see the var file over here. So far nothing is there. Let's wait until build is completed. Okay, it's success. I'm going to do ls-l. Yes, var file is there. Alright, it's working as expected. Now we should create a Docker image which can contain this webapp.var file as well. To create that one, we should have a Docker file. In next video, I'm going to show you how can we do that one. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In last video, we have seen how to copy var file onto our Ansible system. In this video, I will show you how to create image out of that. For that, let's log into our Ansible system. This is our Ansible system. We have var file, and if you see the pwd/opt docker. To create a Docker image with this var file, we should have a Docker file. If you remember, we have written a Docker file while we were creating a Docker container on Docker hosts. Same Docker file I'm going to copy here. So let's copy this. It's simple. If it's up to you how complex Docker file do you want to write, but our demonstration is talks about how can we do the end-to-end DevOps flow. That's why I'm not concentrating to write complex Docker files and Ansible files. So I have copied. Now we need to create a Docker image out of this. But the purpose of using Ansible is I don't want to do the manual steps. I want to automate everything. For that, we should write a Ansible playbook which can able to create a Docker image. Let's quickly write a Ansible playbook which can create a Docker image by using Docker file and var file. For that, I'm going to create a file called simple DevOps image.yml. I'm just naming it as a simple DevOps image.yml. If you don't know, I will quickly explain how to write Ansible playbook over here. It starts with three minuses or hyphens, and next hyphen hosts, nothing but on which hosts do you want to run this playbook. I will give just all. We can change it while we run playbook. Next become true, nothing but on the remote system do you want to become a root or not. It will tell you whether do you want to execute commands as a root or not. It is not necessary for this playbook. Why? Because our ANS admin has enough privileges. Then tasks, and you can see the spaces. Spaces is most important. This alignment is the syntax, otherwise it is like a simple English language. Next name, it is like a comment. What do you want to do? Build Docker image using var file. Okay. And next there is a module called command. So what is the command we should use to build an image? Same command we can specify here. Docker build -t tag I'm going to give simple DevOps image dot nothing but in the current directory you should execute. And args, because we should specify on which directory we should execute this command. This command should be execute chdir nothing but go to inside to /opt docker. So the meaning of this entire playbook is go inside to /opt docker, execute this command, it creates an image. That's it. This one you can do in other way. There is a module called Docker image. Even you can use that module to create a Docker image. I have updated that file in our documents repository. You can just go through with that. I will just show you. So under Jenkins job, you can see here create Docker image. So I'm using the above one. You can still use the below one. Okay, it's up to you. Either way will work. We have option 1 and option 2. Let's go with option 1 because the purpose of this course is not teaching about Ansible. Let's understand simply and save it. Now I have written Ansible playbook to create a Docker image using our Docker file and var file. Before executing Docker file, let's see what and all images are there in our system. Docker images, nothing is there. Docker ps-a, no containers as well. Now I'm going to execute our Ansible playbook. To execute Ansible playbook, the command is Ansible minus playbook. Okay, we need to create an inventory file. I want to create image on only Ansible system. So for that, what you can do, you can use the your hosts file which is there in /etc Ansible. Let me cat /etc Ansible hosts. If I use this host, this image get creates on Docker host as well as local, but I want to create only in Ansible system. Once image is created, while deploying, I can do on my all my control hosts, nothing but all target systems. So for that, what I can do, I can create a host file here itself, one more host file. While executing your playbook, you can give your inventory file as a input. Now let me open my simple DevOps image file. Okay, there is no syntax issue. Okay, it's fine. Ansible minus playbook minus I hosts simple DevOps playbook minus check. Check is going to show you how the playbook is going to run. Okay, no issues. Now without check. So check doesn't actually create it. It's just to see that whether everything is fine or not. Okay, it is building image. That's why it takes time because we don't have any images. It is going to pull the Tomcat image. That is what our base image and add the var file to our image. Okay, it's completed successfully. Docker images, if you see, yes, you can see two images. One is from Tomcat, nothing but base image, and by using base image, it's created a simple DevOps image. Clear? But I want to do this one from the Jenkins itself. I don't want to run this playbook. Whenever there is a new var file, this should be get executed. Similar way, we can write one more file to create a container, or we can add to the same YAML file to create a container. So let me edit it. O minus name. You can add any number of tasks for same playbook. Minus name. Create container using simple DevOps image. Okay. Now command. So to create a container, docker run -d, nothing but a detached mode, minus name, simple DevOps container name I'm giving simple DevOps container, -p, port number 8080, expose on port number 8080, internally it runs on 8080, and image name, our image name is simple DevOps image. Okay. Let me rename the file name because we are creating container as well. So mv simple DevOps image yml project.yml. Okay. Now let me execute this one again. Same on my local host. I'm trying to create a image and create a container. Let's see what will happen. Yes, it's successful. Docker images. You can see a Docker because it's already there. Nothing to change. Docker ps-a. You can see new container got created. It's running from 13 seconds ago. Okay, this is how we can write Ansible playbooks to create our containers. I'm stopping over here. In next video, we'll run the Ansible playbooks by using Jenkins, and we'll see the what and all problems are there. According to problems, we are going to modify our Ansible playbook until it get deploy a Docker container on target environment. So far, we are not deploying container on target environment. We are deploying on our Ansible system. Hello friends, welcome back. If you are practicing our CICD setup and facing few problems, yes, you can watch this video. Otherwise, you can skip it. I have seen that few people are getting confused while creating our CI/CD pipeline. So they asked a few questions in the questions and answer session. I have taken some of the questions which commonly asked and preparing this video. So it would be helpful for you to understand where you are doing mistake and continue with our lab without any problem. The quite commonly asked question is, students are unable to push the Docker image onto Docker Hub. For this problem, the reason is you are running your playbook as a root user, but on target system, you haven't logged into Docker Hub as a root user. To overcome this problem, what you can do is either you can remove the become true in the playbook and try to execute it, it should work. Another way is run docker login command as a root user on the manager system. If you do this one, you will log into Docker Hub as a root user. So if you run your playbook as a root on the target system, it doesn't throw you an error. This is one of the problem. Other commonly asked question is about missing sudo password. This is because you haven't added your ANS admin user to sudoers file to run the playbook as a root user on the target system. What we should do for that one? We should add ANS admin user to sudoers file on the manager system. So edit/etc sudoers file by using vi sudo and add this entry. That is how you can fix this problem. Apart from this, I also suggest you that few other things keep in mind. Those are, make sure /opt docker directory is owned by ANS admin user. If it is not owned, you cannot able to copy the var file onto target system. Enable password based authentication. Practice as it is until you feel comfort with this project, because if you change something, it may lead to some other problem which you cannot quickly identify. Search for your issue under Q&A section, because someone might ask the same question earlier and we answered. It saves a lot of your time. Don't push modified code onto my repository because I have seen few pull requests. Please create your own repository by forking my repository so that you can modify and push your code onto your repository. Ask relevant questions to this topic. I could see few questions which are not relevant to this topic. If you have such kind of questions, I would request you to join in our Facebook group, that is Veloxy AWS DevOps Gang. There we can discuss these kind of questions. Do your research before coming with basic questions. I could see some direct answered questions also asking here. Instead of asking here, you can just search in the internet. You can find a direct answer. If you still feel that it is having some gap, then yes, you can ask me. Those are the tips I would like to give you. Thanks for enrolling for this course, and you are doing great job, because if you have these questions means you have progressed something. Don't leave until you complete entire CICD pipeline. And thanks once again for your support. Keep learning. Hello folks, welcome back. In last video we have seen how to write Ansible playbooks to create a Docker image and a Docker container. In this video I am going to show you how can we run our Ansible playbook from the Jenkins itself. Before modifying our Jenkins job, let me remove all our containers and images. This was created from previous video. And container, first let me remove the container, Docker stop container name, next enter, Docker RMI to remove images and your images names. Sorry, we need to remove the Docker container, Docker RM and container name. Now we can remove images because we can't delete images if the containers are running based out of it. Clear the screen. So now Docker images, no images, Docker ps-a, no containers. Let's jump into our Jenkins console. Deploy an container using Ansible is our previous job. We are going to modify same job to add our playbook. Edit it by using configure and scroll down. Now we are going to execute commands. If you remember, we were executing commands to build our Docker images and containers from here. Similar way, we are going to run Ansible playbooks from here. We just need to specify our playbook command here. Let me zoom the screen. So Ansible minus playbook minus I. Where is our inventory file is there? opt docker hosts, right? If you remember. So pwd ls, you can see under opt docker we have hosts file. Next, Ansible playbook name we need to provide here. Our Ansible playbook name is simple DevOps project.yml and full path of Ansible opt docker and our playbook name. At last provide semicolon. So it is going to execute this command. It is going to execute this command on our Ansible system. So let's apply these changes, save it and build now. This time what should happen? The var file get copies onto our Ansible system and it creates a image by using that var file and create a container out of it. So date, you can see the timestamp over here. It is same, nothing but just now this var file has been copied onto Ansible system. And Docker images. So for no images, Docker ps-a, no containers as well. Let's see whether job is successfully completed or not. Okay, it's completed successfully. It executed jobs and jobs are fine. two changed, so nothing but those are fine. Let me see the images. Yes, you can see images. Let me see the containers. You can see the container as well. Let me try to access the container. So let me take the IP address of Ansible system, because currently we have hosted it on Ansible system. We are still under testing phase to set up our Ansible environment. Okay, we can able to access and web app, right? So it's working fine. So far our job is working as expected. Assumes that there is a change in the code of our web app application. In that case, we should able to create a new image by taking new web app application, then create a new container. To test this activity, I'm going to modify our source code, which is available in our GitHub, then push the latest updates into the GitHub so that we can see the changes in our web app application. Then we can run a Jenkins job to pick up the changes and create a new image and container out of it. Rather than running a Jenkins job manually, we can use PoleSCM, which we have already experimented in our previous jobs. Same we are going to enable for this one so that it picks up new changes and create a Docker image and Docker container. Let's go and modify our Jenkins job to enable PoleSCM, then change the source code. Let's do that one. So go back, configure, PoleSCM. Here I am giving to run this job for every minute. So whenever it identifies changes, it runs the job. Let's go and change the code. It is available in my Jenkins server. So we have hello world, cd, hello world, go inside to web app, src index.jsp. So I will just add deploying on container. Okay, now I have changed it. Git status, git add dot, git commit -m, modified index file to test with Docker, git push origin master. I'm pushing the changes. Okay, there is a change in our code. Once code is changed, it should identify and execute the job. Let's wait to see the new job triggering. For sure it is going to fail. I will tell you what is the reason. It's executing the job. So new commit you can see here. Okay, it is unstable. The reason behind that is creating a container. It is throwing an error with the name already a container does exist. So you cannot create a container with the same name. To overcome this problem, what we should do is we need to remove the container before creating a new container. So we need to modify our Ansible playbook little bit so that always the latest code get deploys onto our target environment. How to do those changes, I'm going to show you in the next video. Until then, see you, bye. Hello folks, welcome back. In last video we could see Ansible were trying to create a new container and a new image and it failed. To overcome this problem, you should remove your running container and available image from Ansible system to create new image and a new container. For that we should modify our playbook little bit. Let's jump into our Ansible system and do that. This is my Ansible server. I am under /opt docker. We have a file called simple DevOps project. Edit this, add new task, that is name, stop current running container. So we are stopping current running container, command docker stop. The container name is simple DevOps container. Next, we need to remove it. Remove stopped container, command docker rm and container name. Next, remove docker image, command docker rmi and image name. So by adding this one, what will happen? Whenever it is trying to deploy new var file, first it removes the old containers, nothing but old version, and it creates the new version and deploys the new version. This is how you can address the issue. But again, the problem with this one is if sometimes if it don't find the Docker container, it is going to fail over here. To address that problem, we need to add one more task, that is ignore errors. Yes. So in case if the container is not available or is in already stopped state, it is going to ignore this error. Similar way we need to do for remaining two tasks as well, so that it is going to ignore in case image or container is not available. I have modified my playbook according to my need. Let's execute this time our Jenkins job. We should able to see our new deployment. Still we are at an old deployment. Let's go and execute it. Build now. Because already code is modified and last time it's failed, this time it should not, because we are handling the errors whatever is going to happen. Let's try to remove the container if container exists. First it stops the container, then remove the container, then remove the image. Yes, this time it is successful, and if I refresh my container, you can see deploy on a container. Is it working? All right, if we go and see in our Ansible system, we could able to see the latest images and containers, Docker images. You can see it is created under 21 seconds ago. Docker ps-a, even container created 33 seconds ago. This is how we can able to create our Docker containers seamlessly. Now to test more, I'm going to change the code. This time I don't touch anything. It should run the job and create a new image and a new container. Let's go and change our code. So I'm already here, so let me edit it. So deploying on container using Ansible, git add dot git commit, same commit ID I'm going to give, git push origin master. I have pushed my code, and let's go to Jenkins console and monitor the screen. Could see the new build. Yes, new build is triggered. Identified a new change as well. Go to Ansible system, date, currently it is 7:38. We should get a new var file. Still job is running. Okay, new var file has been created. Yep, it's pushed, and docker ps-a, new container also created, docker images, new image also created. Now if I refresh the screen, yep, we could see the new one. So I have enabled end-to-end pipeline from the code push to create a Docker container. This is how we can containerize our applications, but still we are deploying an Ansible system. We want to deploy an target system, nothing but a Docker host we should deploy. For that, we need to change our playbooks. What to change and how to change, I will show you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. So far we have set up our environment to deploy on a Docker container which is running on Ansible. But our purpose is we want to deploy it on target hosts, nothing but which are managed by Ansible. In our case, it may be one server, but in real world, Ansible may has to deploy on hundreds of servers. To manage this kind of deployments effectively, we are going to use one more tool called Docker Hub. So whenever we build any image, usually we will store that image in the Docker Hub. So we are going to push our Docker image into Docker Hub, and the Docker Hub can have the collection of all the images. And whenever we try to deploy a target environment, the target environments pulls the image from the Docker Hub and create its own container. So that we can see all the images are centralized in the Docker Hub. We don't need to store in our local systems. Whenever we want to deploy on any system, that a target system just connect to Docker Hub and pulls the image. So we are going to configure same thing in our environment. To do that one, we should create a Docker Hub account. I have already created one for this demo. I will just log into my Docker Hub account and show you. If you don't have a Docker Hub account, please go and create it. I have jumped into hub.docker.com. This is the Docker Hub website. If you don't have an account, you can go and create by signing up onto Docker Hub and provide your information so that you can able to create an account. I have already created an account, so I can log in by using sign in. My account name is Jenkins. This is a fresh account. So far I haven't created anything. If you want, you can create a repository, but I don't create repository from here. I will create a Docker image and push over here so that we can see new repository and image here. By default, you can create one private repository and the remaining all are public. In real world, we never store our images in the public repository until it doesn't have confidential data. Otherwise, most of the cases we use private repositories. But we are doing demo, so either way would be fine for us. So we are going to attempt to use public repositories because if we need private repository, we need to enable authentication to access. Anyway, let's jump into our Ansible server and push an image onto Docker Hub. I am on my Ansible server. Now we'll list out what and all images are there. So far we don't have any images. Let's create new images. I'm going to run Ansible playbook. -i hosts simple DevOps project. So it should able to create a image. It ignoring because there is no containers or images. That's what we have done. If it is not there, it is going to ignore it. If we don't add ignore errors command, then it is going to fail. All right, now let's list out Docker images. We have a simple DevOps image, Docker ps-a. It's created a container as well. Let's clear the screen. Now, to push our image onto GitHub account, we should add prefix of our account so that it comes to know that we are pushing this image to this account. That's how we can tag our image. To tag our image, we should use a command called docker tag image name. Which image do you want to tag? I want to tag this image. And what is the new name? Jenkins / simple DevOps image. If I enter this one, it's create a new Docker image. This is new Docker image, just copy of your Docker image, but the name is Jenkins simple DevOps image. Now we can push this image onto our Docker Hub. But to push this image to Docker Hub, you need to authenticate yourself so that it allows you to push the image. Without authenticate, if you try to push it, Docker push, It will throw you an error that you don't have permission. Yes. So to push our image, first we need to log into our Docker. To log into our Docker account, Docker login is the command. It asks for username, Vayankils, provide password. Now you have logged into your account. Now same command I'm executing to push the image. See here, it is trying to copy the image onto Docker host. Once it is pushed to Docker host, we can see in our Docker hub. So go back to our Docker hub. If you refresh, you can see Vayankil simple DevOps image has been pushed and it is a public. That's not a problem. We don't have any important data in this. Let it be public. So even you can pull this image if you need it. Now go back to our console again. Now I'm going to remove image from the local system. Docker RMI. Still no problem because we have our Docker image in our Docker hub. Docker pull is the command and followed by your full image name. Now again you can see Docker image is available. This is how we can pull the image. But we want to pull the image to the all the Ansible client systems, nothing but managed hosts. And in our case, Docker host is our managed system. Let's jump into Docker host and do the same thing. I'm connecting to Docker host. I have logged into my Docker host system. Let's switch to ANS admin because we are going to do operations as a ANS admin. And we'll see ID because it is not added to Docker group yet. So let's add this one to Docker group. User mod -ag docker ans admin. Again switch back to ans admin. ID, yes, now it is added to Docker group. Clear the screen. Docker images. So we don't have any image. Now let's pull the image. Docker pull image name. So it could able to pull the image because it is available in public repository. If it is in private, you should able to authenticate. Usually industry uses private repositories rather than public. Docker images, yes. Now you can create container out of it. All right, so everything is set up to execute our job, but we need to write our Ansible playbooks rather than running these commands manually so that we can able to automate our stuff. Thanks for watching this video. In next video, I will show you how to write or modify our Ansible playbooks to work with this. Until then, bye. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. So far this environment is ready, but we need appropriate Ansible playbooks to push an image onto Docker Hub and a deployment Ansible playbook to create a Docker container on target system. For that one, we need two Ansible playbooks. One playbook will run only on Ansible to create image and push it into Docker Hub. Another Ansible playbook will run on all the target systems so that whenever we run that playbook, Ansible get able to initiate Docker pull command on the target system and also Docker container creation. So let's jump into Ansible server and create those playbooks. I am on my Ansible server. Here we have a playbook called simple DevOps project.yml. Let's create a new playbook to create a image and push it into Docker Hub. So vi create simple DevOps image.yml. Simple DevOps image.yml is the Ansible playbook name. So starts with the three minuses, minus hosts, all become true, tasks, next name. In Ansible system, we need to create a Docker image. So create Docker image using var file. So command docker build -t simple DevOps image, and I'm giving tag as a latest. It's best practice to use tag dot. Next, dot nothing but in which folder do we have Docker file? So chdir change the directory /opt Docker, right? Now, oops, I missed the syntax. Minus name, double spaces. So this is the syntax. Now next task is to create a tag to push onto Docker Hub. For that, create a tag to image. So to create a tag, we should use Docker tag your image name followed by our account is Jenkins and image name. Usually you can use the variables over here rather than hard coding your user ID or image ID, where we can use Ansible variables. Next, is we need to push this image onto Docker Hub. So push image onto Docker Hub, command docker push Jenkins simple DevOps image, right? So once image is pushed onto Docker Hub, we need to remove it. We need to remove from our Ansible system so that again, whenever we are running playbook next time, it won't throw an error that image is already exist. So remove Docker images from Ansible server. Command docker rmi image name. First we create a image name with latest, and also we have created one more image with the tag, that is Jenkins/image, right? And latest you can give even for this as well. And sometimes images may not be available. In those cases, we need to ignore the error. Ignore errors. Yes. So that's all. Let's save it and try to execute this playbook, and we'll see what will happen, because we have all the information over here. So let me execute Ansible playbook -i host file. In host file we have only local host, so it runs on local host, and we'll see. So pushing image onto Docker Hub. Maybe sometimes we need to authenticate. Remove Docker image. Oh, it's ignored. Seems some issue is there. Let me list out Docker images. Why it is not removing? Maybe a container is running out of it. Yes, a container is running, so we should stop this container before removing it. That's okay. Let me remove it. Docker rm-f. Forcefully I am removing because it's running now. Now let's clear the screen. I'm going to rerun the Ansible playbook again, but before rerunning, let's see the hosts file. So we have only local host. That is what I am trying to show you. Now Ansible playbook -i hosts and YML file. So it is trying to push image onto Docker Hub. Okay, everything is fine. Docker images, we don't find any images over here. Tomcat, it is a base image, that's fine. And if I switch back to our Docker Hub, if I refresh it again, you can see a new image has been pushed few seconds ago. Yes, and 5 times we have pushed so far. That is how we can able to push the image onto our Docker Hub. This playbook is ready. So this playbook, what exactly does it do? It takes the var file and create a Docker image with the Docker file, tag that image, push it into Docker Hub and remove in the local system. So that again, if we rerun, it is not going to throw any error. Another thing is we need to run on the target systems, another playbook. So I will modify existing playbook which we created in previous lectures. So move simple DevOps project YML to create. So I'm giving better naming convention, create simple DevOps project YML. All right, now we'll edit it. Vi create simple DevOps project.yml. In this case, what we should do, so first one is stopping the container. Yes, in the target system, if there is any container is running with the simple DevOps container, stop it. Then remove it. Then remove the Docker image if you have a Docker image name with simple DevOps image. But it should pull from the public repository. So in the public repository, it will comes with account name / image name. So here it should be Yankils / simple DevOps image and colon latest, because we are pulling the latest image. Similar way, now we don't build our code here because image is already built and available for your use. So we just need to pull the image. So I'm going to create a new task for this. Pull Docker image from Docker Hub. Now command is docker pull. Docker image name is this one. So it is going to pull the image. Once it pulls the image, it should create a container. So container, you need to change the your image name as well. Yankils and at the end latest. Okay. So I can say this is also fine. Now let me execute this as well on our Ansible system itself. Ansible playbook -i hosts. I'm running on Ansible system itself. This should able to remove any containers are there in our local system and create a new, pull the new image and create a container. Docker images, it pulls the image. Docker ps-a, it should create a container as well. Yes, it's working as expected. Now we need to modify our Jenkins job to execute these playbooks. Before that, we should add our target systems on our hosts file. So our target system is Docker Hub, Docker host. Our target system is Docker host. I'm taking the IP address of this one and adding it here. Okay, that's all for this video. In next video, I'm going to show you how can we modify our Jenkins job and execute this. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture, we have created two Ansible playbooks. One Ansible playbook is going to create a Docker image and push that image onto Docker Hub. Another one is to pull the Docker image and create a container out of it. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can limit creating image only on Ansible system and deploy it only on the target environment. Once it is tested, we are going to modify our Jenkins job to automate all this process. Without wasting our time, let's jump into our Ansible server. I am on my Ansible server, currently under opt docker. If I list out, I have image.yml and project.yml. And I have logged in as a ANS admin because we want to execute playbooks as a ANS admin. And there was a typo in our playbooks. If you are using same playbook, please update it. It should be true. There was a typo over here. And let's try to understand this playbook one more time. Image.yml is going to create a image with our latest var file, then tag it as a Yankils so that we can able to push it into our Yankils Docker Hub repository. Then push this one to Docker Hub, remove from the local server. Next playbook is project.yml. And if you see this playbook is going to stop the container, then remove the container, then remove the Docker image which used to create old container, and this won't get executed because it is commented out. Next, it pulls the latest image which was created by the previous playbook, then create a container out of it. Okay, before executing these playbooks, I will just show you the Docker Hub. So this is our Docker Hub. If you see our Docker Hub, there are 48 commits so far on our Docker Hub, and the last image was updated 8 minutes ago. Now I'm going to run our Ansible playbook, image.yml playbook, but we want to create image on Ansible system. To limit our Ansible playbook to execute only on specific system, we can use a option called limit while executing our Ansible playbook. Let's execute our Ansible playbook to create an image on our Ansible system and push that into Docker Hub. To execute Ansible playbook -i. Okay, let me show you the hosts file. Here we have two servers in our hosts file. I want to limit to execute only on the local host. And also let's list out our Docker images. We have a image called Tomcat. Let's remove this one. Okay, no images are there. Let's execute our Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook -i hosts and playbook name --limit. I'm limiting this playbook to execute only on localhost. Localhost nothing but our Ansible server. So it creates an image over here and push that image onto Docker Hub and remove from the local system. We'll wait until this playbook get executed. Okay, image has been created and updated the tags and pushing the image onto Docker Hub and removed from the local system. And if we see Docker images here, you cannot see your simple DevOps project image because it pushed and removed, and only you can see Tomcat. This is a base OS for our image. And if I go to Docker Hub and refresh it, instead of 48, it should go as a 49. And few seconds ago, it has been updated. All right. This is how we can limit our Ansible playbook to execute only on specific system. Similar way, I want to create a container by using this image on target environment. In our case, our target environment is our Docker host. So let's see Docker images. Some images are there. Docker ps-a. A container is running. I will remove this container. Docker stop container ID. Then Docker rm container ID, Docker RMI to remove image. So I'm removing this image. All right. Docker ps-a, nothing is there. Docker images, no images. And let's try to access our application from the browser. It won't work right now because container is not available. Let's execute our Ansible playbook to create a container on the target system. Let me clear the screen. ls and Ansible playbook -i hosts and our playbook followed by target server IP address. We have updated this IP address in our hosts file. So same thing I'm using. Let's execute it. And this time, if we see no images, it should get a new image over here. And we'll see. Okay, I think this time it should be available. Yep, new image is there. and a new container also created. Yes, our application is working now because our container is available. Alright, this is how we can restrict our Ansible playbooks to execute only on specific systems. But I have run these playbooks manually. In next video, I will update our Jenkins job to execute these playbooks by using the Jenkins job itself to automate our entire CI/CD pipeline. Alright, I will see you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture, we have seen how can we limit to execute our Ansible playbooks on a specific system. In this lecture, I am going to modify our Jenkins job to execute those playbooks as part of our CI/CD job so that we can say our entire CI/CD pipeline is automated. For that purpose, I am going to create a new job and I will name it as a deploy on Docker container, deploy on Docker container using Ansible. And I will copy this one from our deploy on container using Ansible. Okay, and Ansible playbook I will give. Okay, I'm changing description little bit. Next, if we scroll down, Git repository we don't change. Build triggers, let it be poll SEM. So it is poll SEM, so first build will happen automatically whenever we save this job. Then goals we are not changing, and post build actions, this is where we need to change. Earlier we were using only one playbook to create a image and container. Now it is two playbooks because we want to run in two different systems. So the host file is same, and playbook name, let me take it from the Ansible server. Yes, DevOps image.yml. This I want to run only on localhost. Localhost nothing but on Ansible server. And the next thing, one more playbook we want to run. That playbook we want to execute on target system. That playbook is create a container. That is DevOps project.yml. And I will limit it to execute only on the Docker host. So what is the Docker host IP? It is 245. You can get it from Docker server as well. IP addr, you can see 245. It is a private IP address, so even though if you stop and start your server, it won't change. Next, apply and save it. So this time what will happen, this new job we have created and poll SEM has been enabled. It identify the changes and execute the first job. Let it execute, and before executing I will show you that our Docker Hub, how many commits are there. 52 commits are there. And if I go here on our Docker server, clear the screen, Docker images, you can see latest image 6 minutes ago it has been pulled. Docker ps-a, and 6 minutes ago a container has been created. Here you can see we have only Tomcat server. Now let's see. See, it's triggered a new build. Let me open the build output. So it's executing second playbook on the target server. You can see the IP address. Initial one, it works on only localhost. It has been successful. Go to Docker Hub. You can see here 54 commits. I have one more Jenkins job which is using same repositories. Even that also pushed image to here. That's why it is 54. It has been updated and it is happened few seconds ago. And here also, if I list out images again, this time it is a minute ago and this is 43 seconds ago. This is how we can automate our entire process, and I can still access my application from the browser. To validate our Jenkins job one more time, I will modify our source code and push it into GitHub repository. Currently it is 15 commits. Next commit is going to available over here. Once source code is available, our Jenkins job get executes. Why? Because we have enabled poll SEM. We have enabled poll SEM for every minute. It should execute, and our playbooks also going to get execute. Copy the latest var file onto Ansible server, create a image out of it, push the image onto Docker Hub, then the next commit will appear over here, and same will be pulled by our Docker server. So latest image is getting pulled and latest container gets created, and whatever updates we have done to our code, same will be visible over here. Okay. I'm using Jenkins server to update our code. Let's go to our Jenkins server. Under this home directory, we have a hello world, which is pulled from our GitHub repository. Hello world and web app, src main web app. Here we have a file called index.jsp. So this is the content currently we could see from the browser. I'm updating over here Ansible. Okay, deploying on a container using Ansible playbooks. Just I have updated git status, git add, git commit, updated index.jsp to deploy on container, git push origin master. I have committed this one. Now let's go and see the commits. 16 commits. Let's go and see our job. Go back to our job. It's not yet executed. Once it is executed, we can see the latest var file. Yes, it's executing. And if I go and see our Ansible server, ls-l var file, there is 8 minutes variation. We should get a latest var file. ls, it's still not yet created. Yeah, latest var file got created. Docker images, you can see new image getting created. Yes, you can see latest images got created and these get pushed into our Docker Hub. Let's refresh it here. Yes, latest commit has been done. Then if you see here, Docker images, currently it removed the Docker image. It created a new Docker image and it creates a new container. And if I refresh our application from the browser, we could see the latest commit. Yes, I haven't touched anything. As a developer, I just pushed my code and I could able to see the new application in my Docker container. This is how we can set up a production ready CI/CD pipeline to deploy our applications. Now everything is working as expected so far. Now assume that due to some problem your Docker container is not working. We need to create it manually or we should rerun our Jenkins job. But Jenkins job get execute only if there is a new build. To overcome this problem, we should have some mechanism who can able to take care or maintain our containers. That is where Google comes up with a product called Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a container management service which can manage containers. If it finds any faulty containers, it replaces with a new one, or desired capacity of containers are not available, it creates new one. How to set up Kubernetes cluster and how can we integrate Kubernetes with our Ansible and Jenkins job, we are going to see in the next section. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. Until last section, we have seen how can we deploy on a Docker container using Ansible. This all environment is in place. We are deploying on Docker container using Ansible. In this section, we are going to deploy on Kubernetes by using Ansible. All this environment is already ready, so we need to set up Kubernetes cluster to start with this section. So the topics goes as below, that is introduction to Kubernetes, setting up Kubernetes environment, then using kubectl commands. We'll test it out by creating deployments and services, then writing deployment and service files. Whatever commands we execute with kubectl, same commands we can create it as a file so that the file can be reusable. Then create Ansible playbooks to deploy. Nothing but whatever var file we are creating, that var file get converts as a Docker image. Then we deploy it as a pod on Kubernetes cluster. Once it is done, we will integrate this one with a Jenkins job and will run a job. After completion of this step, we should able to deploy on a Kubernetes cluster without touching anything. Alright, to do this one, I have prepared all the documentation which is required to set it up. That is there in our GitHub repository. Let's jump in. I'm on my GitHub account. We have repository called Simple DevOps project. And here we have a folder called Kubernetes. I have updated all the documentation which is required for this section over here. Right, in next video we are going to see how to set up Kubernetes on AWS. Until then, bye. See you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome to this session. In this session we are going to talk about how to set up Kubernetes on AWS. For this we need to follow some of the steps which I have updated in our GitHub repository. Let's jump into our GitHub repository and see what and all steps we should execute to set up Kubernetes on AWS. This is my GitHub repository where we have Kubernetes folder. Let's jump in and we have a file called Kubernetes setup.md. Open this and here we have list of the steps which we should follow to set up Kubernetes. To set up Kubernetes on AWS, first we should create an Ubuntu EC2 instance. Once Ubuntu system is created, we should install AWS CLI. Next, install kubectl. Kubectl is a tool which is useful to manage our Kubernetes cluster. In this case, if we are managing our Kubernetes cluster by using Ubuntu system, then kubectl is necessary over here. Next, install kops on Ubuntu system. Kops is useful to set up Kubernetes cluster on AWS. So we must install kops. After that, we should jump into AWS console, create an IAM user or role. In our case, we are creating Ubuntu system on AWS account itself, so role would be fine. This role should have access to Route 53, EC2, IAM and S3. To these services, we should have full access. Once we have created role and attach this IAM role to our Ubuntu system, after attaching, we should execute AWS configure. In case if we are using IAM user, then we should run AWS configure, provide the access key ID and secret access key. In our case, only region name would be fine. Next step, in AWS console itself, we should create Route 53 private hosted zone. Even we can create a public hosted zone if the domain is owned by you and you want to access it publicly. But we are doing for testing purpose. So even though this domain is owned by me, I am creating a private hosted zone. Our domain name here is velaxy.net. Assumes that we are creating this cluster for Velaxy Technologies. Next, we should create S3 bucket. We can create S3 bucket by executing this command on Ubuntu system, because by this time our Ubuntu system has access to our AWS console and it has S3 full access. So we can create from the AWS CLI. Still, we can create from the console as well. Either way would be fine. Once we have created bucket, we should export because our kops is going to store all the configuration in our S3 bucket. Next, we should create SSH keys on Ubuntu system because these SSH keys are used to log into our Kubernetes cluster. Next step is to create a Kubernetes cluster. To create Kubernetes cluster, we should provide the cloud What is the cloud we are using? We are using AWS. Then zones, nothing but availability zone, on which availability zone we are creating. Then cluster name. In our case, we are using cluster name as a demo K8s Veloxy.net, and DNS zone, it is a Veloxy.net, and DNS type, it is private. So we are providing this information, and also we can provide VPC or any customization you want to do, you can do over here. But this command would be sufficient to create our cluster definition. It won't create actual cluster, it just create the definitions. To create cluster, we should execute this command. Whenever we execute this command, it actually creates our cluster on AWS console. We can see that IAM roles, Route 53 record sets, auto scaling group, EC2 instances, all these are getting created while running this command. And it takes a while to set up our cluster. We should wait 5 to 10 minutes to see that one. And we can execute kops validate cluster to check whether our cluster is ready or not. Once it is ready, we can start executing kubectl commands. Even you can run these kubectl commands by logging into our master account as well, but there also we should install kubectl. I will just show you. How can we do that one. Once it is done, if you don't want this cluster anymore, we can execute this command to delete the cluster. In our case, we don't use it, but if you are practicing, you want to delete your cluster, you can do that one. Whenever you execute, it deletes all the definitions from your AWS account and remove the resources. All right. Once it is done, we are going to test our Kubernetes cluster by creating pods, deployments, and services. This we are going to see in the another session. So let's go and do this one right now. So first we are going to create an EC2 instance. I'm jumping onto my AWS console. Running instances 0. I have stopped all my instances. These all are our DevOps instances. Let it be in stopped state until our cluster is ready. Launch instance. So we are creating a Ubuntu system which is used to manage our Kubernetes cluster. This Ubuntu system is not part of our Kubernetes cluster. So T2 micro, nothing to change here. Here as well, add tags, name, Kubernetes management server. I named it as a Kubernetes management server. Next, security group. We are going to use the existing security group, that is DevOps project SG. Then launch, and we are using existing key pair, launch it. View instances. Let's wait until it comes up. Okay, our server is in running state. Let's connect to the system. Go to mobile xterm, session, SSH. I'm using key pair. For Ubuntu system, username is Ubuntu, not EC2-user. Please remember that. I'm logging into server, and let me increase the font size. Okay, now our Ubuntu system is ready. Clear the screen. Become a root. Let's execute the commands from our document. So first we should install AWS CLI. This is the command. It downloads the AWS CLI bundle. ls, we have bundle. Next we should install unzip and python, because by default these packages are not available. Yes, I want to install. Next, unzip our bundle, AWS CLI bundle. It's unzipped. Now execute this command to copy our files under USR local bin. Okay, now we have installed AWS CLI. Let's execute. Yes, we can see before installing, if we execute this command, it throw an error. Next, we should install kubectl. How we have set up our AWS CLI similar way. Just execute to download kubectl. It's a file. You can just see that. Yes, we got a file. Just copy this one under US or local bin. Before that, add execution permission. Next, I'm copying it. Okay, it's done. Now just I will execute kubectl. It will tell you that syntax error. That's okay. Now I'm going to install. Before installing kops, I will just execute. You can see here we haven't installed kops yet. Let's execute now. This is the command to download kops. Okay, we have downloaded kops. Go back, add execution permission for these two. Next, copy this one under to US or local bin. That's it. Our kops also ready now. This time it says syntax error. That's okay. So far we have set up our Kubernetes management system. In next video we are going to set up remaining steps. In previous video we have set up till 4 steps. Now fifth step is create an IAM user. Let's jump into our AWS console. Go to services, IAM. I'm opening in the new tab. Let's go here. And go to roles, because we are creating roles over here. Create a role. This role we are going to attach to EC2 instance, so select EC2 instance. Then we should attach the policies, so we should attach EC2 full access. Next, S3 full access, Route 53 full access, and IAM full access. These 4 policies we should attach. Next, to tag name, I am giving it as a Kubernetes role. Next, Kubernetes role. Okay, and you can see here we have attached 4 policies for this role. Create a role. Now let's attach this role to our EC2 instance. Go back, and this is the Kubernetes management server. It is a Ubuntu. Actions. Go to instance settings, attach and replace IAM role. Here we should choose Kubernetes role. Apply. That's it. Now let's execute AWS CLI command. That is the next step. So AWS configure we need to execute. AWS configure. I'm still on my Ubuntu system, and you can see it's asking for access key. We don't need because we have attached role. Secret access key also. And region, I'm going to work on Mumbai region. So Mumbai region name is AP South 1. And output, let it be JSON. By default it is a JSON output. So we have set up our Ubuntu system to create Kubernetes cluster on our AWS account. One last thing we need to do, that is to create a Route 53 record set. So this is done, this is done. Next, create Route 53 private hosted zone. Let's jump in again onto AWS console, services. Route 53 comes under networking. So here we have Route 53. I'm just opening a new tab. So no hosted zones we have so far. Go to get started now. Create hosted zone. So we are using Veloxy.net as our domain, and it is private hosted zone. While choosing private hosted zone, you should choose your region as well. In our case, we are using Mumbai region. Create it. Seventh step is done. Eighth step, we need to create our S3 bucket. Let me open services. Let me go up. Under storage, we have S3. So let's open this. So far, I don't have any buckets on this account. Let's see. Yep, we don't have any buckets. I can create bucket from here, or else I can run AWS CLI command from here. Let's execute AWS CLI command. Let me copy this one. Sorry. So AWS S3 MB, nothing but make bucket, and URL of the bucket. What do you want to create? And if this bucket is not available, it throws an error. Hopefully it is available. I have given the name as a demo Kubernetes Veloxy.net, and even my cluster name also I'm going to use the same, so that would be easy to recognize. Yes, we got this bucket, make bucket. It is successful. And if I go and refresh in my AWS console, yeah, we can see that. And now it is empty. Once we run kops command, we can see some of the configuration files. Let's go back. We should export it so that our kops can able to use it. Kop state store is equal to our S3 bucket. Let's execute this command to export our S3 bucket and generate key pair, because these key pairs are used to log into our Kubernetes cluster. If we don't create it, we cannot able to log into our cluster later point of time. So we must generate keys. So I'm generating keys, and it creates under .ssh directory, and you can see IDRSA pub. So this IDRSA pub get copied onto Kubernetes cluster. So by using this key, we can log it. All right. Now let's go back. Execute the kops command to generate Kubernetes cluster definitions. So let me copy this one as it is. As I explained earlier, kops create cluster. We are creating cluster on AWS cloud. Next, availability zone name. Here I am using AP South 1B because I am using Mumbai region. Even my DevOps environment is available in Mumbai region. I have created my Route 53 record sets on Mumbai region. So my Kubernetes cluster also should be available on Mumbai region. Under Mumbai region, AP South 1B is one of the availability zone. If you are using some other region, make sure that you are going to use the right availability zone name over here. Otherwise, you will be encountered with an error while creating your cluster. Region name, you can find it out on your AWS console, right side top corner. And name of our cluster, I have given the same name, whatever bucket name I have given, so that it would be identical and easy to identify. Then DNS zone, Veloxy.net, and DNS, it is private. Let's execute. Okay, it has been executed, and we'll scroll up and see what and all configuration it created. If you see here, it is creating a separate VPC. It don't use the existing VPC. Usually in the real time, we are not going to store our DevOps environment and target environment in the same VPCs due to security reasons. Same thing I am following here. So we are creating separate VPCs, subnets, security groups. Just I'm running quickly through these, what and all it is going to do. Route tables it is creating, managed files, launch configuration, key pair, IAM role, EBS volume, auto scaling group. Okay, that's it. These are all resources it is going to create. That's why we should grant access to all these services to create it. A VPC we didn't give, but whenever we give EC2 instance, it gets the VPC access as well. All right. Now, it also lists out the suggestions. To list the clusters, we can execute this command. Okay, so far we have created only one cluster. Then to edit our cluster, this is the command. And to edit our instance numbers or instance types, we can use this command. It goes to the configuration file of our nodes, and if we want to modify our master, we can execute this command. I will just show you our master how it is going to create. You can see this is kind of YAML file how we are going to create deployment and service files. So kind, metadata, name, specifications. It is pulling images and creating mission type is C4 large. If you need smaller system, you can update here. And the subnet, okay, under which subnet should it create a role. All this information would be there. If you need any changes, you can modify. Assumes that I need two masters, I can update over here. Max size and min size. Okay, that's how we can do, but we are not changing anything. Let it be as it is. Next, to create a cluster, here we have a command. So it also says that finally configure your cluster with cops update cluster minus minus name cluster name followed by minus s option. Whenever we execute this command, then only our cluster is going to get create. Let's execute and go and see. Let it run and we see in the system level what's happening. Here it is going to create new files. Okay, you can see here one folder got created, and if I go, some of the files are there, and IAM role we have created this, and these all were existing ones. And if we see, two more roles got created, and go to route 53, we have created these two records. By default it comes. Now let me refresh it. We can see additional routes got created, and if I go to instances also, we can see the additional instances are getting launched. Yes, you can see here node demo, and one more also node demo. One master, two nodes are getting created. And also if we go down, it also creates launch configuration. Nothing but due to some reason any of these systems goes down, it creates automatically. You can see here C4 large, T2 medium, and auto scaling group also got created, so that in case of any failure occurs to these nodes, it is going to recreate. Fine. This is how we can create our cluster. We'll wait until it comes up. So whether it completed the setup or not, we can see that one by executing this command. You can see here, still it is in error state. Once it is ready, you don't get this error. Once systems are ready, we can log in by executing this command. Okay, this will log into our master node, or else instead of using the DNS name, we can directly use the public IP of our master server. If I go to AWS console, this is our master server, and we can take this public IP and login. Either way will work, and also we can manage our cluster from here itself because it is a Ubuntu system and we installed kubectl commands. Okay, from here we can execute kubectl commands, or else we can log into master. There also we can install kubectl and manage our cluster. Either way would be fine, but I would be using my Kubernetes master server to execute all these commands rather than managing from Ubuntu system. I mean to say, rather than managing our cluster from this system, this is Kubernetes management server Ubuntu system, I will manage my cluster from here itself, but we should install kubectl on this system as well. So let's wait until it is ready. Yes, 2 by 2 status checks. Now let's execute our command cops validate cluster. Still it is showing that not valid. Wait for some more time because it is saying that please wait 5 to 10 minutes for a master to start. Okay, here if you see master C4 large nodes T2 medium and two nodes it is creating under AP Southeast 1B. Okay, it is getting ready. Okay, third node is ready. Let's execute now. Yes, we can see now all the systems are fine. Now it is showing that our Kubernetes cluster is ready. Let's connect to our Kubernetes cluster. So we have a command. Let me get that. So this is the command to connect our Kubernetes cluster. And if you observe here, it is taking our ID RSA and logging as a admin user. We should not log in as a root user. We should log in as a admin user. Yes, I want to connect. First time I am connecting, and you can see here admin I have logged into 126. And if I go and check this IP address over here, my cluster IP is 126. Yes, 33.126. That is cluster master IP. All right, our cluster is ready, and if I exit, I'm on my Ubuntu system. Let me clear the screen. And if I run kubectl get nodes is the command to know about your nodes. We can see here we have one master, two nodes are there, and it's created around 3 minutes ago. That's all for this video. In next video, we are going to see how to work with the kubectl commands. Hello, welcome back. In last video, we have seen how to set up Kubernetes cluster using Ubuntu system. I still logged into my Ubuntu system. Let me rename the session name. Kids Management Server. I will just rename it so that it would be easy to identify. Now I am jumping onto my Kubernetes master system. For that, we should execute this command. Let's execute it. So I'm on my Kubernetes master. This is my master server. Let's become a root over here. Clear the screen. Even though I mentioned Kubernetes management server, I'm on my master system right now. Now, if I execute kubectl here, I can see the kubectl is working here. Let's execute the command kubectl get nodes. Okay, this is the command to get nodes. We have one master, nothing but this current system. You can see here 33.126 and two clients are there. Next, one more command is kubectl get pods. If you have created any pods, you can find pods over here. So far we haven't created any pods. You cannot find anything here. Similar way, deploy or deployments, both will work. So we don't have any deployments so far. You cannot get any deployments. Similar way, service. Okay. We haven't created any services. This is the default service which comes with the cluster. So it will be available, but we don't have any custom services over here. So usually what will happen in our case, we are going to create a deploy. Whenever we create a deploy, in the background, it is going to create pods. How it create pods? Deploy is going to create a replica set, and replica set makes sure that your pods are always available. That's how it works. So pods are running with the application. That application can be accessible only if we create the service. Service is helpful to expose our application to outside. Otherwise, you cannot access your applications from outside of your cluster. Now we are going to test this one by running one of the deployment and service. For that, I have updated our document itself. Let's go and get the commands. So in the document itself, we can scroll down. Let me increase the font size. So to deploy Nginx on our Kubernetes cluster, we should execute kubectl run command. And sample Nginx is the deployment name. Whenever we are creating any deployment, we should give the deployment name followed by image. This image it pulls from the Docker Hub. Then replicas, nothing but how many pods do you need? We need two pods, so we are specifying replica as two. If we don't specify replicas, by default it create only one pod. But if something goes wrong with that pod, your application won't be accessible. That's why it's better to create replicas so that your application is highly available most of the time. Then port, Nginx runs on port number 80, so we are specifying that one. Application should run on the port number 80 in the pod. So let's execute this command. So far we don't have any deployments. We are creating first deployment. You can see here deployment is created, and we can execute this command to see the deployments, or else we also execute deployment. Both will give the same output. And if you observe here, we have created a deployment called sample nginx. Desired how many parts does it require? It required two parts, and currently two parts are running. So whatever desired is there, make sure that those many parts are running all the time. That is the Java replication set. Next, up to date. Yes, these two are up to date and both are available. Sometimes it would be running, but it may not be available, and it created 10 seconds ago. Okay, that is how the output comes. And also we can execute this command. We can see the our parts by executing this command. We can see here it created two parts with the deployment name initially and followed by some characters added extra to this one. This is pod and this is container. Okay, pod and container, two are different entities. Within a pod, our containers runs. That all come in the dedicated Kubernetes course. Next, this pod is running and restarts 0, and it is running from 60 seconds. And also we can use one more option which will give some more details about these pods. You can see here, these are the pods, and pods have the internal IPs. By using this IP, we can access application, and you can see here these are our node IPs. One pod is created in one node, another pod is created in another node, so that it would be highly available. Even though one node goes down, still your application would be accessible. But so far we have created only deployment. That's why we cannot access this application from the outside. We can access within the system, that is wget followed by the IP address and followed by port number. But port number 80 is the default port number, so even though we don't specify, we can able to connect to our application. It's connected and downloaded. And if I open this file, we can see the nginx default file. All right, now let me remove this file and clear the screen. kubectl get pods -o void. I'm executing this command again. So now we could able to access these pods internally. If you want to access these pods outside of your cluster, then we must create a service for this one. To create a service, we have a command called expose, that is kubectl expose and deployment. What deployment we are exposing? Our deployment name is sample nginx, and on which port number we are exposing to the external network. External network nothing but cluster network. It is port number 80 and type load balancer. Whenever we execute this command, it is going to create a service, and service type is load balancer. We have different types of services are there: load balancer, node port, and few other. Depends upon the use case, you can choose the right one. So whenever we execute this one, it exposes our services to the external network, and it exposes on a random port. This random port is commonly created in the Kubernetes. By using that port, we should access our cluster. So kubectl get services. If you execute, we can see here we have created a service called sample nginx, and it is type of load balancer. This is cluster IP, and external IP we don't get. In the cluster level, it is running on port number 80, and outside we need to access it from the 30001. This is the port number we should use. Now we can access this one from the outside, nothing but in the browser. So we should provide master server IP followed by this port number. So let's go and grab our master server IP. So I'm taking the master server DNS. This is master server, right? All the services running on Kubernetes cluster we should access from the master node only. 30001 and enter. We should able to access our nginx service from here. Problem here is this port number is not exposed in the security group level. Let me go and expose it in the security group level. So this is the security group which got created from our Ubuntu system. While executing cops, I'm adding one custom port. What is that port? 30,001, and it should be accessible from anywhere for time being. Save it. Now let me try to access it. Yes, you can see here, welcome to Nginx. Where this application is running? On Kubernetes cluster, there is a pod is there, on that it is running. Now what I will do, I'm going to remove these two pods. So let's get the pods. To remove pods, kubectl delete pod and pod names. So whenever we delete it, what happens? Our application won't be accessible, but our deployment identify that the pods are not running and it recreates the new pods. Let's see. And if I access it, currently it could be down. Yes, you can see here it's created new pods, and let me get the pods now. You can see here new pods got created 13 seconds ago. Let me test it one more time. I'm deleting only one pod this time. Sorry, kubectl delete pod, and again if I run this one, you can see here one pod is running from 61 seconds, another one is from 4 seconds, right? This is how we can create our deployment and services in Kubernetes. But in the real world, we don't create deployment and services by using the commands. We create a YAML files where it has all the definitions. We just need to execute those YAML files so that our pods get created. And also whenever there is a new deployment, we just need to remove the old containers. It pulls the latest image and create the new container. How it is going to happen, we are going to see in the next session. In next session, we are going to create service and deployment files, and we'll see what and all information is there in that. Thanks for watching this video, and see you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous video, we have seen how to use kubectl command line to create our deployments and services. In this video, I'm going to show you how can we use deployment and service files. I have already created service and deployment files for our project. So it is updated in our simple DevOps project. Let's go here. So here we have Veloxy deploy and Veloxy service. Assume that Veloxy is our client. For this client, we are creating our Kubernetes setup. Let's open it and we'll see what is there in this. All right. This is the Kubernetes deployment file. We have versions in our Kubernetes file writing. So API version we need to do, and kind you need to specify the what kind of service you are creating. We are doing the deployment. Apart from deployment, pod is there, replication controller is there, service is there. So depends upon what kind of thing you are doing. According to that, you need to specify the kind. Here we are using the deployment, and next the deployment name we are giving this one, and label also we are giving the same. This is the app label. With this name the app get created. And replications, whatever instructions we have given in the command line, similar way we are creating two replications. Next, I don't talk about this one right now. We'll talk about once we have done initial setup. So initially I don't copy this one in our code. Next, template. So template is nothing but to create our pod. What template it should use? The app name, again it is a Veloxy DevOps project. Then container name, this is the container name, Veloxy DevOps project. And from where it has to take the image, that is Vayankil's simple DevOps demo. We haven't created this repository yet. If I go to our Docker Hub, so Vayankil's. So with Vayankil's account, we have only simple DevOps image is there. One more repository we are going to create and push the image onto that repository and pull it from here. And container port, on which port number our application is going to run, it is runs on port number 8080. which we are using from starting. So this is our deployment file. Similar way we have service file as well. So whatever we executed from the command line, same things would be there. Addition to that, we need to give the proper syntax. We should follow the syntax while creating our YAML file. Same thing we are doing. So the API version v1 and kind, if you see here, this is service. So name of the service, we are giving Galaxy service, and app, this should be same as our deployment. Let me open the deployment file as well. So in the deployment we have given as a Galaxy DevOps project. Same thing we should give here. Next, selector, it selects this container and it creates a load balancer. Now under ports, if you see here, our application is running port number 8080 in the container, and the target port, nothing but in the cluster level we are exposing onto port number 8080. So this is at pod level, this is our Kubernetes cluster level, this is to external, nothing but from outside we want to access. In previous video we have used 30001 because it randomly created, but I don't want to create it randomly because if it create randomly I need to open each and every port at the AWS security group level, which is not possible. That's why I am fixing that this application should be always exposed on port number 31200, so that I can open only this port number in the security group level so that we can access our application. Got it? Now we are going to use these two files to create our pod. Let's go and create these files in our system. First, let me copy it. Let's go on to our server. This is our master server. PWD, I am under root. That's okay. Cat Galaxy service, and I'm copying because it is a YAML file. We should follow the appropriate spaces. As it is, we need to copy. Next, go back. I'm also creating the deployment file. So cat Galaxy deploy and copy the file. Okay, I have copied it. As I said, let me remove the strategy. So vi, we will keep only replications, and I will explain that once we executed with this. I'm just saving the file. Okay, now we have deployment and service files. How we have created deployment and service earlier, similar way we are going to create through files this time. But here we are not using the Nginx application, we are using our own application. So yeah, we don't have this one. For testing, what I will do, I will just change the demo as image so that that image is already available. It pulls the image and create a pod with that one. Let's go and do that. vi Galaxy deployment. So what is the image we need? That is simple DevOps image. That is the one we were using. Same thing I am going to use in this lab as well. Everything is set. First we should create a deployment, then service. So to create a deployment, we should execute a command called kubectl. Let me clear the screen. To create a deployment, we should execute a command called kubectl, same command kubectl, and apply -f, nothing but file. So whatever instructions are there in this file, please apply those. With that one, it is going to create a deployment. Okay, deployment is created. Kubectl get deployments. Okay, now you can see here, this is our previous one and this is the current one. We have Galaxy deployment and with the two desired systems, that is what there in the file, and currently both are running, up to date and available. Both are not available yet. Let me execute it one more time. Yes, this time it is available, nothing but it is accessible. It is 15 seconds, so it was getting ready. And to avoid confusion, let me remove the sample nginx. kubectl delete deployment, and also service also I'm going to delete. kubectl get services, and we haven't created service for our Galaxy deployment yet. Let me remove it. kubectl delete service. Again, if I execute, we have only default service. Let me create the service. Same command to create a service, kubectl apply -f and the service name. Service also got created. Let's get the services. Okay, we can see here we have a service, and let me get the pods as well. kubectl get pods, and both are running. Okay, good. From 2 minutes -o wide. You can see here these two are running in the two different systems to make sure that it is highly available. Now to access our application, we need to use the Kubernetes master server IP followed by our external port. What is our external port? In service file we have specified that is 31200. This is the port number we should access our application. So let's go into console. I'm going here where I was accessing my nginx. Let me change the port. Okay, I can't access it right now because we should open this port number in the security group level. Let me go here, edit, and instead of 30,001, I'm changing it to 31,200. Apply it. Now let's refresh it. Yes, we can able to access the default page and slash web app. This is the file, right? Yes. Hello, welcome to Simple DevOps project deploying on a container using Ansible playbook. This is the old image, that's why we have this one. Now what we should do, whenever there is a update in the code, it should create a new image, and with the new image we should create our new deployment. That is what we are expecting. For that one we should write Ansible playbooks. In next video I am going to show you how to integrate your Kubernetes with Ansible and how can we create Ansible playbooks. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video we are going to see how to integrate our Kubernetes with Ansible. To enable this one, I brought up my Ansible server which was down, and also our Kubernetes cluster is running. I have updated procedure to integrate Kubernetes with the Ansible in our GitHub repository. Let's jump in. Under Kubernetes folder itself, we have a file called integrating Kubernetes with Ansible. If I go here, it have list of the steps what we should follow. First thing is log into AWS server and copy public key onto Kubernetes cluster master account. This is the step we need to do so that our Ansible can able to do the passwordless authentication with the Kubernetes master. Next, update host file with the new group called Kubernetes and add Kubernetes master in it. I'm going to create a new host file. Under that host file, I will add the Kubernetes master IP. Next, create Ansible playbooks to create deployment and service. These are quite simple here. It's something like it is something like what we have executed in our previous lecture. So if I go to deployment, this is Kubernetes Galaxy deployment. I will tell you how it can be done. If I go to tasks, just we are using the command what we have used in last lecture to create a deployment. And we can ignore this one for time being because I will explain when we are using our Jenkins job. Similar way, if I go to our service file, this is also quite simple. We are going to execute only our kubectl command. Instead of using command module, we can still use the kubectl module which is available in Ansible, but this is easy to manage, so I'm using the command module. Let's jump into our AWS server and integrate Kubernetes with Ansible. So let me get the IP of our Ansible system. This is the IP. Session SSH IP address and key pair. And for Ansible server, it is EC2 minus user. For better understanding what I will do, I will change the terminal appearance. I will give the this one so that it give the different color. Yes. And let me increase the font size. I will rename the terminal as well, Ansible server, so that it would be easy to identify. Now let's become Ansible user. I'm a Ansible user. Now I want to log into Kubernetes cluster without password. Then we should copy our public key onto Kubernetes cluster. SSH copy ID also can do, but we should create additional user for that one. Why we need to use that one? We'll use the existing user itself. So let's go to .ssh. Here we have ID RSA pub. Whatever is there in this file, just copy this one and go to Kubernetes master. Go to tilde nothing but home directory and .ssh. Here we have authorized file. Add to this file. Shift G O. Okay, it is not copying. Sorry, let me quit it. So instead of doing that one double greater than authorized, I'm just appending our public key to that file. Once it is done, let me open it. So I have added. So where I have added, under root account I have added. So from Ansible system, I can log into Kubernetes master as a root user. So let's try that one. SSH -I and Ansible server public IP address. Let me take, because I cannot use private IP address here. Both are different VPCs. Either you need to enable VPC tunneling, which is another concept. So SSH -I tilde slash dot SSH and ID RSA. This is our private key. Onto target system as a root I want to log in. So just execute. Yes. Yes, I could able to log into 33.126 from my 21.216 system. Okay. So let's exit. Nothing but I can able to log into Kubernetes cluster without password now. Clear the screen. So first step is done as per our documentation. Next, update host file with the new group called Kubernetes and add Kubernetes master in it. For this, what we should do, we are going to cd/opt. Under OPT, we were working on Docker directory. Now I am going to create one more directory, sudo mkdir Kubernetes. I am creating a directory called Kubernetes. Let's go inside to Kubernetes. Nothing is there. Let me create hosts file. Sudo vi hosts. Here I am going to add my Ansible server, that is localhost, and our Kubernetes server IP as well. So Kubernetes server IP, I can take it from here. This is the Kubernetes server IP. Now instead of using this one directly, we can use other option is there. In previous lectures we were directly using it. We can have one more efficient way grouping these servers. So Ansible server. Similar way, I am creating Kubernetes group. Under this one, whatever servers are there, those can be accessible as a Kubernetes group. So let it be like that. Now cat hosts. Okay, this is how our hosts file. Let's go to third step. That is create Ansible playbooks to create deployment and service. We have already opened it. Let me copy this. Let me take the file name first. Sudo vi file name I. Next, copy the file with alt. so that no special characters comes. And I'm not copying this one. We'll use this one in the next session. So let me copy it. Okay. Kubernetes Veloxy deployment is done. Similar way, sudo vi Kubernetes Veloxy service.yml I. So this is our service file. I'm copying service. Okay, we have copied it. Now if you see here, let me open this file. So I'm opening the deployment file. We are creating a pod using the deployment. And if you see here hosts, I'm using Kubernetes. So this is the Kubernetes group. Under this group, whatever servers are there, on that servers, this playbook is going to run. We are going to create deployment only on master node. So we have specified the master node over here, right? And become true, it is optional. Just I kept it because anyway we are logging as a root, so we should log in as a root user. If we don't specify this one, it will try to log in as a ANS admin itself, because that is the default user, right? But there is no ANS admin user in our master server. That's why I'm saying to my system that use the root user to log in, and ANS admin have the privilege to become a root on the target system, because we have copied our keys onto root user. Next task, we are just executing the task to create the YAML file. This is the command it execute on the remote system. Similar way, we have service file. If you see here, this is the same thing over here, and service file. All right. That's all for this lecture. In next video, we are going to execute these files and see how it is going to create deployments and services. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In previous lecture, we have set up our Ansible to execute deployment and services on target system. Now we should execute the playbooks and see what is going to happen on the Kubernetes cluster. Before executing, I will jump into my Kubernetes cluster and remove all the resources which were created earlier. Clear the screen. kubectl get pods, kubectl get deployments, deploy, kubectl get service. Okay, now what I'm going to do, whenever we remove the deployment, it removes the pods as well. kubectl delete deployment and deployment name. And if I see the deployment is not there, whenever we delete the deployment, it deletes the pods as well. Now let's delete the service as well. So kubectl delete service followed by service name. Okay, there is a typo. Okay, we have deleted service as well. Nothing is there. Now, whenever I run my playbook, it should create the deployment, then it should create the service. Let's go and do that one. Clear the screen. ls. To run our Ansible playbook -i hosts and followed by our deployment file. In our deployment file, we have specified that on which server it should run. It is runs on only on Kubernetes master. Let's see. Okay, it's executed successfully. And if I see kubectl get deploy, yes, one deployment is there, and get pods. Okay, pods also got created. Next playbook is to create a service. Same command and service. It is creating service, yes. And now if I see the service, Yes, it's created 6 seconds ago, and we have hard coded port number as a 31200. So it's exposed on the same port number, and if I refresh it, still I can able to access my application. That is how we can use Ansible playbooks. Now what we want to do is, instead of running this Ansible playbooks manually, I will add this one into our Jenkins job, so that Jenkins is going to initiate playbook, and playbooks are initiated the deployment and service files. Why we are using Ansible to do that one? Why can't we execute deployment and service files directly on the Jenkins server? But we should provide the authentication to the cluster with the Jenkins. Moreover, if any prerequisites are necessary, it cannot able to do that one. Nothing but we should create image also, right? All right, that's all for this lecture. In next lecture, we are going to see how can we create a Jenkins job to do the deployment. Nothing but we create only CD job. Thanks for watching this video, and see you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back to this session. In this video, I am going to show you how can we create a Jenkins job to do the deployment on Kubernetes cluster. To do that one, we need to log into our Jenkins server. I just brought up our Jenkins server. It is still in initializing state, but we got public IP. Let's log in. 080 admin and password. So I have logged into my Jenkins console. Here we should create our Jenkins job to do the deployment. For that one, let's go to the new item. So deploy. Okay, deploy on Kubernetes CD job. And it is a freestyle project, and OK. So we just need to execute commands on the Ansible. How we were doing earlier, similar way. We don't do anything over here because we don't want to build with this job. We just want to deploy. Post build actions, go to send build artifacts over SSH, and on which server do we want to run these playbooks? That is Ansible server. And what playbooks we should run? That we should specify over here. So let me copy the playbooks, clear the screen, pwd ls. So I'm going to run Ansible playbook, Ansible playbook -i, and path slash hosts. Hosts are there. Then again path, and what is the file name? So first we should create a deployment. For deployment, this is the file. All right, and we can give semicolon here while executing next command continuously, or enter also fine, either way. Next command is same. We are going to execute the service file. So service file. That's it. Apply and save it. So I have created a Jenkins job. Now let's go and remove whatever we created earlier by executing manually. I'm on my Kubernetes master node. kubectl delete deploy. kubectl delete to deployment. Our deployment name is Galaxy deployment. Similar way, kubectl delete service. Our service name is Galaxy service. Let me clear the screen. We'll see the pods first. No pods are there. Then no deployments are there. No services are there. Once I execute my Jenkins job, we could able to see that one. And also one more thing, we cannot able to access our application right now because pods are not there. Once we execute that job, we could able to see all this stuff, and we could able to access the application. Let's build this now. Okay, let me refresh it. Okay, build is successful. Okay, there is some deprecation warning, but our jobs are successful. Let's go and see in our system. Let me get the pods. Yes, pods are there. Let me get the deployments. Let me get the services. Okay, everything is fine, and I am also trying to access my application from the browser. So everything is working as expected. Now, one more step to go is whenever we push any code, it should create a new image. To create a new image, we can use our previous job, nothing but which we used to create our images. I'm going back and I will show you. Okay, deploy on Docker container using Ansible playbooks and configuration. If I go and see, so this is what we were using. It pulls the code from the GitHub. It checks the code for every minute and do the build. Create a var file and copy the var file onto Ansible server. Ansible server create an image by using this playbook and deploy it on a Docker host as a Docker container. But in our case, we have created a CD job which can deploy a image on a Kubernetes cluster. Now we just need an image. So until creating an image, I mean to say until this playbook would be sufficient for us so that our CI job just creates an Docker image and CD job take that image and deploy it on a Kubernetes cluster. How can we do that one? We are going to see in our next video. Until then, bye, see you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous video, we have seen how to set up deploy on Kubernetes CD job. In this video, we are going to create deploy on Kubernetes CI job. To create a container, we should have a image. That image should be always latest so that we can have the latest application on our container. So in this video, we are going to create that CI job so that it creates a latest image and CD job can pull the latest image and create a container out of it. To do that one, we should use our earlier job which we were creating an image and deploying on a Docker container. We have a job called deploy on a Docker container using Ansible playbooks. In this playbook, we were creating Docker image and deploying on a Docker container, right? So instead of Docker container, we are using Kubernetes cluster. So there is no much difference. We can use the same job by modifying little bit. Before using it, let's understand this job. What is there in that? Configure. And if you see here, it is going to pull the code from the GitHub repository. And poll SCM, nothing but whenever there is a change in the code, it pulls the code. Next, it is building by using pom.xml. Once it build the var file, it copies the var file onto Ansible server under /opt docker. Once it is copied over there, we have a playbook in that folder which creates a image and tag that image, push that image onto Docker Hub, then delete the image. That is the task it do in this location. I will log into my Ansible system and show you this file. I am on my Ansible server. Let's go to cd/opt docker and we are talking about create simple DevOps image.yml. If you see here, first it creates an image under /opt docker and tag this image as y-ankles because we want to push it into y-ankles. Then push this image onto Docker Hub, remove the image on local. That is what it do. And we have mentioned here as a host all, and to skip all the nodes, we are using the -- local host. Instead of that one, so even we can create a group over here for the local host and use it. But let it be for time being to avoid the confusion. And also we have Docker file here and var file also getting copied over here. So nothing to change to this file. Let's jump into our Jenkins job and go back. I'm not changing anything over here. Let's create a new job. Deploy on container CI job. And we are going to copy this one from our Ansible playbook. Okay. So description I'm going to give create Docker image using var file. Next, repository is same and poll SCM let it be and it builds. And here if we come, we are going to copy var file onto Ansible server. Yes. Nothing to change here. We just need to remove it. That's it. So that it is going to create the container. Apply and save it. For testing purpose, let's build this one and also go to our hub.docker.com. I have already logged in, I think. Okay, you can see here simple DevOps image is updated 8 days ago. It should be update now. It's initialized. Let's open this one. Okay, it's running and pushing the image onto Docker Hub. Latest image is getting updated here or not? Yes, you can see here 84 and it's updated few seconds ago. So it means that our CI job is working fine. There is no issues. So to make it more relevant, what we can do is instead of building image in the /opt docker, we can build under /opt kubernetes. For that, we should copy these files. So sudo mv docker file as well as this file onto /opt kubernetes. Let's go back /opt kubernetes. Now we can create image directly over here, but we should change this one little bit because we are creating, earlier we were saying that create image under /opt docker. Now we are going to say that create image under /opt and kubernetes. Okay, this is one thing. Another thing is ls-ld/opt kubernetes. If you see, this is currently owned by root user, but as a Jenkins, we are trying to log into Ansible server as a ANS admin. If you remember, we have configured ANS admin credentials. I will just show you. Manage Jenkins. So configure system. You can see here this is Docker host and Docker host Docker admin user. Ansible server, we are logging as a ANS admin. So we should give the privilege to this directory for ANS admin. For that, chown -r ANS admin :ANS admin /opt kubernetes. Okay, as a sudo we should do, so that this folder is owned by ANS admin and also the files which are there in this are owned by ANS admin. And our our image file also we can do the little bit modification. Instead of all, we can specify that Ansible server. So we were doing that, we were specifying all over here, and also we were limiting to execute on only localhost. Instead of that one, I'm just giving this group name so that it indirectly refers to the localhost. We need not to specify explicitly --localhost. Okay, and according to this we need to change the job because our current Ansible file is available in this location and hosts file also available in this location. So let's go back and modify our job back to Jenkins. So CA job, right? Configure. We just need to change the path where it should copy the var file and where it should execute this Ansible playbook. So we want to copy our var file under Kubernetes. Let me increase it. So this path name also going to change to /opt kubernetes here also, because what does it mean? Copy the var file onto /opt kubernetes and execute Ansible playbook -i /opt kubernetes hosts, and also the YAML file is available under this location. --limit localhost is not needed. Why? Because we have already specified in the host execute only on Ansible server. Apply, save it, and Let's build it again. This time what should happen? It should execute and copy the var file into this location. So far we don't have any var file. Copy the var file into this location, and this Docker file used to create a image, and that image get renamed and pushed into Docker Hub. Let's go and see. If it is creating confusion, you can still create image under /opt docker. But I just thought that if we have the CICD job files in the same location, so it would be easy. Now let me refresh it. This time it should be 85. Yes, it's working fine. So all set to execute our Jenkins job. In next video, we can integrate CI/CD job so that whenever we do any changes to our code, our CI job should execute, then our CD job get triggered, and a new deployment should happen. We'll see how we can enable this one in the next video. Until then, bye. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture, we have seen how to create a CI job by modifying our deploy and Docker container using Ansible playbook. And also we are running this job under /opt Kubernetes so that the files which are required for these two jobs are in the same location. In this video, we'll integrate CD job as a downstream job for CI so that whenever CI job is executed and if it is successful, it is going to execute the CD job. If it is failed, it won't execute the CD job. For that, let's jump into our CI job and go to configuration to modify. Under this one, if we go here, post build actions. Under post build actions, we have a option that build other projects. Let's choose the project and it comes above here. So I want to execute other project, that is deploy on container CD job. When do you want to deploy? Trigger only if build is stable. Nothing but if this build is stable, then only run it. We have another option is even though build is unstable or build fails, we can choose it, but we want to make sure that our CI job is success before executing CD. Apply and save it. Now to execute our CI/CD job, what I am going to do is I will modify our code in our GitHub so that our CI job can identify that there is a change because poll SEM is enabled. I will just show you. Yes, poll SEM is enabled and it trigger a build, it builds it and create a image, and the image get pushed into Docker Hub. Once it is successful, then CD job get execute because our build is stable, and CD job pulls the latest image and create a container out of it. But we'll see whether it works or not. What I will do before doing that, let me go to CD job as well. We have one build here. To make sure that both are having at the same level, let me build it one more time. Build one more time. What happened? We are just going to see deployment. You can see still your server is running from 47 minutes, nothing but previous deployment only, and even services also nothing changed. Why? Because there is no change in the image. Now we are going to change the image because we are updating the code, so we should see the new deployment. For that I am using my Jenkins server to modify our code. Let's log into our Jenkins. Take the public IP of our server, go to our sessions, SSH, IP address, and key pair EC2 minus user, and we can change terminal, which can, okay, I'm using this one, something differ. Okay, this is our Jenkins server. Become a root, clear the screen, ls, let me increase the font size, and we have hello world, cd hello world, web app, src main web app. Under this we have a file called index.jsp, so just edit it. This is what we can see in the browser, right? Even you can see here still, okay, sorry, here You can still see that hello, welcome to simple DevOps project deploying on a container using Ansible playbook. Same content is there. Now we are going to update it as a deploying on Kubernetes using Ansible playbook. Let's save it. Git add, git commit, git push. Okay, before pushing, let me go to repository. So Jenkins and hello world. You can see 16 commits are there. We are doing the 17th commit. Let's see. Yep, 17th commit is done. Now go back to our Jenkins and go and see. And whenever this job is executing, we can see the build executor status. Let's wait to trigger this one. Once it is successful, it is going to trigger the CD job. Okay, build in queue. You can see that. Okay, multiple jobs are running. I will disable most of the jobs because all these identified there is a change. So I will disable this job. Next, Tomcat server, deploy on Tomcat server also. This also I'm going to disable. Our CA job. Our CA job is working. Now let's see. Let me cancel this Tomcat one. We don't need it. So our CA job is working. Once CA job is done, our CD job is going to initiate. So in the background, what will happen? It copies the var file over here. So date 1859, latest var file got created. See here, deployment on Kubernetes CD job is running. Okay, it's successful. Let's go. Yes, third build done. Let's review our deployment. Before that, let's see the latest image because there are changes in the code. So 86th commit should happen. Okay, 86th commit is done. And if I go to my cluster, I could see the new containers and pods, right? We'll see what happened. Get to deployment. You can still see that the deployment is 54 minutes and also pods. If you see the pods, these are running from the 54 minutes. So what I'm trying to say here is if there is a change in the image, it cannot able to pull directly until you have enabled versioning. Versioning nothing but each and every time there is a change in the code, come out from here. So each and every time there is a change in the code, we should update this file. Then only it create the new part. Otherwise it thinks that okay, image is same, so no need to create. To overcome this problem, we are going to use the command called rollout, where it can able to remove the existing containers and create the new containers. How to do that one and what and all changes we need to do our playbooks and deployment files, we are going to see in the next video. Thanks for watching this video and see you there. Hello friends, welcome back. This is my last practical session in this video's tutorial. So far we have set up whatever is required to deploy on Kubernetes cluster. In this video, I'm going to show you how to deploy on Kubernetes automatically without touching anything. For this, we need to modify our Ansible playbooks a little bit so that whenever there is any change, it creates the new image, push that image into Docker Hub. At the same time, it initiates a deployment. Deployment can able to pull latest image and terminate old parts and create new parts. How we can able to do that one? We'll jump in and see. So to make sure we all are in same page, I'm going to remove all my deployments and services from the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, first I'm removing service, kubectl, delete service name. Similar way, kubectl delete deploy and a deployment name, and also it removes the pods as well. So we don't have any pods, it is terminating. We don't have any deployments and we don't have any services. All right. Now, as I said, we need to update our code little bit to make sure that all the process should work. Before updating our code, make sure that we are at kubectl version 1.15. That is the minimum version to execute these commands, because we are using a feature called rollout to test your kubectl version. Okay, if you see here, our kubectl is at version 1.12. I want to upgrade it. To upgrade, we can follow the same document which we used to install on our Ubuntu system. Let's jump in. Okay, not hello world. Yep, simple DevOps project. Go to Kubernetes setup, and here we have instructions how to install kubectl. Same thing we are going to follow because it pulls the latest version. Let me do that. It's downloaded. Giving the execution permission and copy this one onto our USR local bin. Now let me execute the same command. Okay, this time we are at version 1.15. This is one thing you need to do. Next thing is updating Veloxy deploy.yml Ansible playbook. If you remember correctly, we haven't copied all the playbook. While copying this one, we missed some portion, and I was saying that we can update this one later. That is what we need to do. Let me open this file. So you can see here, I have updated strategy and image pull policy in this playbook. I will show you it from the GitHub repository playbook. Let's go there. So Veloxy deployment. If you remember, we were not copying this rolling update strategy. So I have updated this rolling update strategy, and also we were not having this image pull policy always. What does it mean? That whenever it creating new pod, make sure that it pulls the latest image from the GitHub repository. So those two we have updated over here. So this is done. And the next thing is even our playbook also. If I go back, Kubernetes and our playbook, this is Veloxy deployment playbook. We were having two tasks. We have copied only one, and I'm adding this task to our playbook. If you see here, we have a command called rollout restart. Whenever we execute this command, our old parts get stopped and pull the latest image. Because we have given image pull policy always, so it pulls the latest image and start the new container. This command is not available in kubectl 1.12 version. That's why I have upgraded our kubectl version. Next, copy this task and update our Ansible playbook. So go back onto Ansible system. Let's open our VA Kubernetes Veloxy deployment, and I'm adding new task over here. Yes, let me give the space for between these two tasks. Alignment is fine, and save it. We have set up everything to automate our deployment. So now what I'm going to do, I will come here and modify the index.jsp code. Whenever we modify it, we could able to see the new image getting built, and that image get pushed into our Docker Hub. So currently it is 101. Let me see. Yeah, currently it is 101. It is going to push one more Docker image. Once the Docker image is pushed, our Kubernetes cluster can able to identify and pull the image and create a pod out of it. kubectl get pods, kubectl get deploy, kubectl get service. Okay, let's go and execute our continuous integration and continuous deployment jobs and see the result. Using Ansible for Galaxy Technologies. I'm just updated my code. Let's add this code. Git add, git commit, git push. I have pushed my code. Okay, let's see. Commit should be 24. Yes, then we'll wait this job get initiated. All right, our job is initiated. Let me open a new tab. Opening this. So initially it copies the var file into this location. As usual process. Okay, it's copied var file and created image almost. Yeah, pushing the image because it's created. You can see the Docker images on Ansible system. Okay, pushed and deleted as well. And if I see the image over here, we can see one or two, and also it's going to execute CD job. Hopefully it might be completed by this time. Yep, it's completed. Now let's go and see the our deployment. Yes, we got one deployment 27 seconds ago, and service, yes, 33 seconds ago, and pods 39 seconds ago. Okay, now let's access our application. So Kubernetes master server IP colon 31,200, right? We can see this port over here, 31,200 slash web app. Yes, we can see here deployment on Kubernetes using Ansible for Galaxy Technologies. I am going to modify our code one more time so that we can check one more last deployment. It should replace our existing parts with a new one. To do that one, let's jump into our Jenkins server to modify our code. H2, one last Kubernetes. I'm pushing this code. Now I don't touch anything over here. Within couple of minutes, our job should get execute and pull the latest code and create a new pod out of that by replacing the old ones, and I can able to access our new application from the browser. That is what I'm expecting from this job. Let's wait and see what is going to happen. Build number 12 is executing now. So build number 12 is executing. Ansible level, you can see the images this time. Okay, it's already pushed, I think. You can see the latest image if it is available. Yep, latest image, because we have multiple jobs that might be creating additional pushes. And let me refresh it. Yes, we can see that our latest commit has been updated. This is how we can deploy on Kubernetes without touching anything. So as I committed at the starting of this lecture, as a developer, I have pushed my code into GitHub. Jenkins has taken the code from GitHub and execute the CI job. Through the CI job, Ansible can able to get the var file, create a image out of it, push that image onto Docker Hub, then delete that image, then Jenkins execute cd job, then Ansible initiate the deployment and service files on Kubernetes, and it creates a pods out of that. And I haven't touched anything. I just pushed my code. I could see my deployment on Kubernetes. With that, I can say that I have set up our CI/CD pipeline using Git, Jenkins, Ansible, Docker, and Kubernetes. Hello friends, welcome back to my last hands-on video session. In this video, I am going to show you how to set up Kubernetes and deploy on a Kubernetes using Jenkins and Ansible in a single video. It would be useful for you to refer once again once you completed your course. To do this, I will go through with all our GitHub resources which we used in our training so that we can set it up quickly. As you have seen, I have explained how to set up Kubernetes and deploy on Kubernetes in our previous videos. In this lecture, I will just quickly run through with all the steps. I may not explain each and everything clearly. With that, let's jump into our GitHub repository. So I am on my GitHub repository, Simple DevOps project. Here we have a Kubernetes folder. Under that, we have Kubernetes setup.md, which is having steps to set up Kubernetes. In this case, first we should set up an Ubuntu EC2 instance. I have already logged into my AWS management console. Let's go to EC2. Running instances, we don't have anything. So I have stopped all our DevOps environment. Let's launch an instance. It is Ubuntu. T2 micro would be sufficient. Nothing to change here. 8 GB would be fine. Tag name kids management server, because we are managing our Kubernetes using this. Select existing security group and launch. Keeper DevOps project keeper I'm using. We'll wait until it comes up. I'm refreshing my console. Yes, it's running. Let's take the IP address. Open MobiXterm session SSH IP address followed by our private key, and it is Ubuntu system, so user is Ubuntu. And let me increase the font size. Now let's become a root. Clear the screen. So next step, install AWS CLI. For that, first let's download AWS CLI bundle. Now we should unzip. I think unzip is not there in Ubuntu system. So apt get or apt install unzip and Python. Even Python also we need. Yes, I want to install it. Next, unzip our AWS CLI bundle. Next, install it. So we have set up AWS CLI. AWS - version. Yes, it's installed. Next, we should install kubectl. To install kubectl, first download it. Then next command would be add execution permission to this. You can just see that file. Yes, this is the file. There is no execution permission. So let's add it. Next thing, we should move it into /usr local bin. That's it. Now kubectl. Yes, kubectl version 1.15 we have installed. This is the latest version, right? Next, we should install kops. Kops is a tool which is useful to set up Kubernetes cluster on AWS. Without this, we cannot able to talk with our AWS Management Console. So we must need it. So once it is downloaded, even we should add execution permission to this. Okay, add execution permission. Okay, this is the one. Now move it into USR local bin. It's done. We should create IAM user or role with Route 53 EC2 IAM and S3 full access. Let's go to AWS console, services, IAM, roles, because our Ubuntu system also sitting in AWS. So roles would be sufficient, and we are attaching this role to EC2. Next, add permission. We need to add EC2 full access. Next, S3 full access. Next, Route 53 full access. Then IAM full access. Name K8's role. K8's role. K8's role. And you can see here EC2 S3 Route 53 IAM full access we have granted. Create a role. Once role is created, we should attach this role to our EC2 instance. Let's go back to again on EC2 instance console, and here we have K8's management system, actions, instance settings, attach or replace IAM role, K8's role, apply it. That's it. We have done. Now we need to tell to this Kubernetes management system to create servers only on Mumbai region. For that, we should run AWS configure. We don't have access key ID and secret access key because it is a role, and default region AP South 1. This is Mumbai region name, and output let it be default. That's it. Now I will just execute AWS S3 LS. Just make sure that our role is working. Yes, we can access S3, and this is the bucket which is already exist. Let it be. We are going to store our configuration in this bucket. I will go and make it empty. So again, services, S3 in new tab, go to S3. I will just make it empty. So that we don't have any data in this bucket. Confirm. All right. Next, attach an IAM role. Yes, it's done. And run configuration. Now create a Route 53 private hosted zone. Yes, let's do that. Now again go to services, and it comes under networking, Route 53. So this is Route 53. DNS management. So get started now. Create hosted zone. Galaxy.net I am giving, and it is a private hosted zone. If it is publicly accessible, then we can use the public hosted zone. Now let's go to Mumbai region. This is the region we are using, and create it. So we have created hosted zones for Galaxy.net. Now let's go back again. Now we should create an S3 bucket. This is the command to create from your Kubernetes management console, but anyway, we have already this bucket. Now we export this bucket so that cops can able to store the configurations in this bucket. So we have exported. Now generate a key pair. This key pair is useful to log into our Kubernetes cluster. Without creating this, we cannot able to create cluster. Now this is the command to create a cluster. That is create cluster in AWS Cloud, availability zone, AP South 1B. Next, Kubernetes cluster name, DNS zone name, and DNS. DNS is a private. So it creates only definitions and stores in our S3 bucket. I will just show you. Go to inside to bucket, again inside. So these are the configurations which just got created August 24th, 6:40. Okay. Now it has been created, and if you want to modify your cluster, there is a edit commands, and to set up our cluster we should execute this command. But before doing that one, I will just make sure that we are going to launch smaller instances, otherwise it is going to launch bigger instances. So master instance, I am going to launch it as a T2 small. So to change your master node capacity, we need to edit this configuration file, and here you can see C4 large. We really don't need C4 large, so I'm going with T2. All right, and few other configurations, if you wish to change, you can change it here. To set up our cluster, actually we should execute this command, and it takes 5 to 10 minutes. Once it is successful, we can validate our cluster, and it also displays the commands which is required to execute after setting up your cluster. Just let's see that. So see here, to validate cluster, this is the command. To list nodes, kubectl get nodes show labels. To SSH, this is the command with admin user we should log in, and this is the URL which is going to create in our DNS. We'll wait 5 to 10 minutes to validate our cluster, then we'll jump into our master node. I will just show you. This is route 53. Under route 53 record sets, we can see additionally 4 record sets has been created. Under EC2, we will get 3 more nodes. Master is T2 micro and nodes are T2 medium because we haven't changed nodes. Let's wait until our cluster comes up. It takes 5 to 10 minutes. I'm just pausing this video. So let's validate our cluster. Still it is creating. Let's wait. Let me rerun the command again. Yes, our cluster is ready. Now to log into our cluster, we have a command, that is SSH and key followed by admin user onto our cluster. Yes, I want to log in. Okay, I have logged into my Kubernetes master node. Become a root. Clear the screen. If I run kubectl version, here you can see it is running with version 1.12. We want to upgrade this one to the latest kubectl version. For that, again we can follow the same documentation what we used to install on Ubuntu system. This is the one to install kubectl. It is going to download. Then we should change the permission and move it into USR local bin. Now if I execute same command this time, we could see the latest version, right? Now we should copy the deployment and service files which are available in our GitHub repository. Here is our GitHub. Let's go back onto Kubernetes. Here we have Veloxy deploy and Veloxy service. Let's open this. Copy this file name. Cat greater than. Copy this content. And if you see here, it is going to create a deployment, that is Galaxy deployment, with two replicas and rolling update, and it pulls the image, and it is always pulls the latest image. Internally it runs on port number 8080. Similar way, we should copy service file. This is our service file, and copy this. And other thing, if you see here, we are creating Galaxy service, and also app name we are giving as a Galaxy DevOps project, and it is a load balancer type. Internally runs on port number 8080, expose on port number 8080, externally accessible from 31200. Next, we need to create Ansible playbooks. For that, I am going to bring up our Ansible server, currently in stopped state. Let me start it, refresh it. Okay, it is running. Take the IP address, session, SSH, IP address of Ansible server, key pair, and it is Amazon Linux, so EC2 minus user, and change the display settings, terminal settings. Background, I am going to use the solarized dark. Okay, we have logged in. Let me increase the font size and become a ANS admin. That's it. Clear the screen. Now we want to enable passwordless authentication between Ansible to our Kubernetes master node. For that, we should copy our key pair onto .sh authorized location of this server. For that, let me go to .sh. Here we have id_rsa.pub. This is a public key. Let's add this public key into authorized hosts in the Kubernetes master. So under root SSH, let me cat authorized keys. Now double greater than authorized keys. I'm just appending my key over here. That's it. Clear the screen. Now let me test the passwordless authentication between these two. SSH -i id_rsa, IP address of this system. Let me take the public IP because both are in different VPCs. We cannot connect with private IP addresses. And we should log in as a root user, right? Root at IP address. Yes, I want to connect. And you can see here you have logged into 61.231, which is the cluster IP, right? So passwordless authentication is enabled. Now we should create Ansible playbooks. For that, let's go to opt ls. Let's create a separate directory, mkdir kits lab. So this is the, sorry, we should do with the sudo. We have created the kits lab, and we should give the permission to this one to ANS admin, ch sudo ch own ANS admin followed by ANS admin and k8 labs, and let me do it with recursive. Alright, now we have set up whatever is required. Let's go inside to k8 lab, and we should create playbooks to create image and execute our deployment and services. For that, it is already updated in our GitHub repository. Go back to Kubernetes again. Oops, something is missing. Let's go back. I think we haven't copied it properly into the file. So let's go back. cd.ls cat Galaxy service. Okay, it is not copied properly. So cat greater than Galaxy services. Again, I'm doing it. This time fully copied it. Let me check the deployment also. Okay, it's copied properly. That's it. Now, yep, go back, Kubernetes. To create a image, this is the Ansible playbook we should copy. Let's copy this one. And also we have to create a hosts file. We'll create after creating this playbook. Take it and on Ansible server. Okay, let me take the file name because we are going to use the same file name in our Jenkins job, then followed by our playbook. Alright, so Ansible server, it is going to look for this server. For that, we can create a inventory file over here, vi hosts and Ansible server. Here we are going to give local host and also Kubernetes. Now we are going to give the Kubernetes IP address over here that is available here. That's it. Now this is the file we have created, image. Now image we are going to create under K8's lab. So this is the location we are creating image. It pushes image onto Yankel Docker Hub, so nothing to change, let it be. Now we need to copy two more files. Those are executing deployment file. This is the playbook to initiate our deployment. And copy this. Next, service. It initiates our service. Cat greater than and service. Even you can use VI, that's not a problem. But we have already created these files, nothing to write it. So immediately I'm copying by using cat greater than. That's all. Whatever is required we have copied. Hosts file is set up. And all are owned by ANS admin. Make sure that permissions are given to ANS admin. And yeah, Docker file we need to copy. It is also available over here. So Docker file, va Docker file, insert mode, and copy this. That's it. We have set up all the stuff whatever is required. ls-l. Okay, everything is fine now. Now let's go to our Jenkins server and create a job. Our Jenkins server is down right now. Let me bring it up. Okay, our Jenkins server is up right now. Take the public IP 8080 admin and password. So new job, Kubernetes CI job, Maven. Okay, and let me get the repository URL. Hello world. Copy it. So we are creating Docker image. We just create a Docker image with this job. Select Git URL, and credentials are not needed because it is a public one. Poll SEM. So every minute it is going to run. Clean install package to build. Now post build actions. Send build artifacts over SSH. It should be from Ansible server, and it is available under web app slash target slash star.var, and remove the prefix web app slash target we are going to remove. Remote directory /opt creates lab. This is the one, right? But we should give double slashes. Let me increase the font size. So double slashes creates lab. Next, to create image, we should run Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook -i opt/creates lab /hosts followed by our playbook name /opt creates lab / our playbook name is create simple DevOps image. That's it. It is going to create an image under this location. Apply, save. Now we should create a CD job. Go back, new item, Kubernetes CD job. It is freestyle. It is not Maven job. Creating Kubernetes deployment because we are deploying. Nothing to build over here. We just need to do the post build actions. And it should happen on Ansible server. Nothing to copy over here. We just need to execute commands. Ansible playbook -i /opt/creates lab /hosts /opt/creates lab / our playbook name. So let's get the deployment file. This is our deployment file. Ends with semicolon. Then one more job. Same command. Let's copy it. And this time it is not a deployment. It is service file. Let me take the service file. This is the service file. Alright, we have set up all the stuff which is required to execute this command. And we need to add this CD job in our CI job. Go here. Okay, this is initially ran. Why? Because we have enabled PoleSEM. Configure. Now under post build actions, build other projects. So scroll up. Here we should choose our Kubernetes CD job. Apply. And we want to run it if the CI job is stable. Save. That's it. We have set up everything. Now, before executing these jobs, let's go back to our cluster and clear the screen. kubectl get pods. We don't have any pods. Deployment. We don't have any deployments. We don't have any services except the default one. Right? Now let's execute the job and see. Before executing, hub.docker.com Kills. Even we can change or we can create new repository if we wish. Anyway, no need. So this is the one. So it's updated 3 minutes ago because our job ran 118 commits. That's okay. Now let's execute our job. Let me initiate our job manually. Next time we are going to change our code. So it is initiated. Let's open it. So it is creating image and pushing our image. It's success and it initiated CD job. It is about to execute. Yes, it's initiated. Let's open this one as well. Okay, this job also success. Now we'll see the pods. Yes, we have pods. It's created 3 pods. Interesting. Okay, yep, it is terminating one because only we need two. And also services, if I see, okay, one service has been created and exposed on 31200. Let's access it. I'm going to take Kubernetes master public DNS and 31,200. Okay, we should open this port in the security group level. We missed it. Now let's go open it, because by default this port doesn't comes with your security group. Inbound, edit. So these all are the ports which are necessary to run your Kubernetes cluster. Here 31,200 we are enabling. Let's access it from public. Save it. Yes, this time Tomcat application is accessible. Web app. Okay, everything is fine. Now to validate this one more time, I'm going to change my code. For that, let's log into our Jenkins server. Take the public IP. So go to session SSH, public IP address, EC2 minus user. Okay. Become root, clear the screen, ls. Here we have hello world. Go to web app, src main web app. Here we have index.jsp. I will remove this, add, glad to see you here, because it is our last session. So git add dot and git commit -m, my final in this repo, git push origin master. That's it. Once it is pushed, our Jenkins job has to take care of everything. I mean to say my CICD job should take care of everything. Let's see. Yes, you can see here Kubernetes CI job is executing. Let's open it. Job number 3 is executing. I don't touch anything. I want to see my latest application over here. Okay. So it is going to push the images. Okay, it is success. Next kubectl cd job. It is about to execute. Yes. All right. Superb. Yes. Glad to see you here. Alright, that is how we can able to achieve our continuous integration and continuous deployment using Git, Jenkins, Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes. Hope you enjoyed my session. If you face any issues, please write to us. I will try to answer as soon as possible. Thank you and happy learning.